Kurzenberger, who's carrying the medals for our athletes. Here he comes. Stage judge, as you can see. Medals are in the arena, our judges are so as well. And STIHL Jansen will be our video judge, ladies and gentlemen. Also a very, very important position. Here you can see him giving us a wave. Nice to see you. This is where detailed information is brought to life and where everyone, of course, can go into details if it has to be made with judgment. Time to find out how this tournament is happening. We'll show you just a short clip how things are going to be going on and going to be fought out here in the Bavaria Studio 6. So enjoy.
We are TIMBERSPORTS,
united by passion for the sport
and competition.
We chop down racism
and say yes to tolerance.
Yes to tolerance.
Say ja till tolerans.
Yes to tolerance.
Yes to tolerance.
是的，理解宽容。
Powiedz tak tolerancji.
Ja zu Toleranz.
We are TIMBERSPORTS.
This is how we're going to work this competition, with a lot of tolerance, special situation, special occasion, and one hell of a great fight coming up with this year's Rookie Cup. The Six Nations Rookie Cup will start off with a stock saw. And just to give you a short insight how this discipline works and how the tools that are going to be worked look like, we have a nice clip prepared for you to watch now. So this is how it's gonna work. 12 points to be awarded to the top athlete in each discipline, and whoever earns the most points in all 4 disciplines will call himself champion tonight. Before I hand over to our expert commentary, Troy Mannering, let's find out what the heats are gonna look like in this first competition, the sock saw. We're going to have Lukas Wagesreiter from Austria taking on Michael Perrin from Italy in heat number 1. Edwin Karlsson taking on Oliver Reinhardt, Sweden versus Switzerland in heat number 2. In heat 3, Nils Rölli from Switzerland taking on Robin Haas from Switzerland, as we proceed to heat number 4 with Marcel Steinkemper from Germany taking on Sébastien Bateau from France. In heat number 5, Austrian Peter Ritsch taking on the Frenchman Maxime Layarige. And last but not least, in heat number 6, it's France versus Sweden. Loic Wanson taking on Emil Hansen. Really looking forward to this first heat, and it's over to you, Troy Mannering. Let's get this party started.
All right, thanks a lot, Marcus. I'm looking forward to seeing these guys get out there on stage, because the stock saw is a really interesting one, because it's all about the tool itself here, and we're going to see a little bit more about the MS661 shortly, because this is exactly the same saw that you can buy in your local STIHL dealership, and so this is not adapted at all. There's no changes at all for this saw. They can't do anything to the blade. They can't do anything to the motor to make it run any faster. Like I said, this is an off-the-shelf saw, and it's all about the skill, about how well these guys can use that saw in particular.
Well, I'm pretty sure you got 1 or 2 of those saws back home.
Stock saw.
After the starting shot, the contestants have to cut 2 wooden discs, so-called cookies, within a 10-centimeter mark, one downward and one upward. The attempt is only valid when both discs have been cut off completely and within the marks. The STIHL MS661CM stock saw is used in STIHL Timbersports as the ultimate test of operator skill. Designed for the toughest jobs in forestry, it produces approximately 7.3 horsepower, has a displacement of 91.1 cc, and weighs 7.4 kilograms. To ensure evenly and fairly matched saws, professional STIHL technicians prepare and test the saws before each competition. So there you see our stage setup, and now you've learned a little bit more about the MS661 saws that these athletes will be using. Don't blink, folks, because this happens very quickly. And now we're going to be bringing out our first 2 athletes onto the stage shortly. Lukas Wagersreiter from Austria up against Michael Perrin. All right, up next we have Michael Perrin from Italy. He'll be on stand B, and you'll notice left side is stand A, right side is stand B, and there you can see the matchup between these 2 gentlemen. Now, it is called the Six Nations Rookie Cup, but you can't really call these guys rookies in the sense of experience. They've all got plenty of experience in timber sports. It's just because they're just getting into the big competitions now. Here, what's happening is the athletes will take a moment to warm up their saws to get them running and make sure those blades are turning free and clean. Next step is to get it set on the rubber pads to make sure it doesn't hop around, and we'll get going with our first heat of the day.
To your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Wagersreiter very deep on the start here as he gets up in there quickly, but Perrin looks like he's got a nice cut going down. Wagersreiter's faster on the upstroke here. It could be the advantage goes to the Austrian. Oh, but Perrin comes from behind to take this one in 12:15, and it's a personal best for both of these gentlemen. 12:52 for Wagersreiter and 12:05 the adjusted time for Perrin. Good start to the competition here today. Looking at that once again, very quick on the pickup. We saw that Lukas Wagersreiter was really low in his stance before the start. He maybe put a little bit too much pressure on the saw on the downstroke, which could have slowed down the blade, believe it or not. You have to have exactly the right balance to make a nice, clean, and steady cut. And you can see here, he got back on the upstroke very quickly, but it was on the other side of the stage with Michael Perrin from Italy, who was just a hair faster. You can see how close that was right there. So our first heat is done and dusted, and we have personal bests already on the scale, which is very good for our athletes. What a great start to the competition here for these rookies. And there we see a quick view of our crew to clean up the stage. This is a very efficient crew, all of them using the STIHL equipment to get that stage cleaned up. It's very important that there's no sawdust or any kind of debris lying around on the stage, because these athletes need to have good footing, especially when they're dealing with power tools like the MS661 saw from STIHL. All right, final check by Bart Janssen to get the lines marked. It's very important. They've got 10 centimeters in order to cut 2 cookies, as you heard earlier on. If you cut over the line, that means a disqualification. So it's very important that you are in control of that saw on the downstroke as well as on the upstroke. All right, our next competitors coming out on the stage from Sweden, Edvin Karlsson, and from Switzerland, Oliver Reinhardt. I almost renamed him Olivier, although wouldn't be the worst thing. Nice name, Oliver Olivier. And here we go. Edvin Karlsson coming out onto the stage now. You can see in the tunnel and behind him waiting for his opportunity, using our social distancing rules that we have to follow here. Oliver Reinhardt will join him shortly on the stage. And of course, in 2020, things being what they are with the COVID situation, and we have to really pay attention to all of the social distancing and the rules to make sure that everybody stays safe out there. So that's why you're going to see a lot of our staff on stage, or all of our staff on stage, our cameramen, the judges all wearing masks. Even the crew, when they come out on stage, will have their masks on in order to make sure that we follow the rules and are able to keep this competition going.
Warm up your soul. Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Wow, quick start by Karlsson. He got that saw on board quickly. Reinhardt right there with him, though. Karlsson quick on the return back on the upstroke. Looks like he's got space. And, oh, Karlsson's done it in 12:42. We got a personal best there on stand A. And Reinhardt with a 13:08 just behind. Nice, very good second heat here. And I've just heard that Bart Janssen has called for a video check, so we've got a really thick cookie on Karlsson's side, and that is under review. They're going to go off stage briefly and take a look at stand A to make sure that nothing untoward happened there. Now, from my vantage point here, I can see that there's a lot of space up until that guideline. Let's see what Bart Janssen says when he comes back on stage here. Okay, so the call is the fingers of the athlete on this side here. Karlsson were over the line, and that is due to disqualify him in that situation because he was too close to getting off the log, going back to his saw. You have to have your hands in exactly the right position on top of that block before the whistle goes. Otherwise, it's considered an unfair advantage, and that's what's happened here. So we've got our first DQ. It's an unfortunate situation, but that personal best time isn't really fair if you get to the saw faster and got up faster. And we did see Edvin Karlsson. He was very quick down to the saw. Unfortunately for him, his hands just weren't in the right place. Fingers over the line means a DQ. So that puts him currently sitting in 4th place with Perrin and Vagasreiter in 1 and 2. Both of their personal bests are very nice times. 12:05, the time to beat at the moment from Michael Perrin. Just as a note of interest, the stock saw world record was recently broken 3 weeks ago in the Polish Championships by Marcin Jakowski. He had a time of 9.51 seconds. So very, very fast time there. And you can see, though, our rookie athletes are not that far off pace. Only 4 seconds, 3 to 4 seconds difference as our next crew comes on for stock saw. Heat number 3, Niels Rulli from Switzerland. And he'll be going up against a Swiss compatriot, Robin Haas. Now what you see Niels doing there, he's got a piece of chalk in his hand or a marker, and he is setting his guidelines for where he wants to impact the blade of that saw on his upstroke, or on his downstroke, excuse me, and also you saw him line it down a little bit lower. That gives him a guideline for where the saw blade needs to come on the upstroke. So the athletes now have 10 seconds to warm up their saws and get those blades turning. And again, you'll notice that in this case, they'll go back down onto the rubber pads with the engine still running. There's no cold starts here for this competition.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Really nice start by Niels Rölli on the left-hand side of your screen, that stand A. Robin Haas is a little bit in trouble here. Oh, Niels Rölli's blade disappeared inside the block, but he's got a nice cut in 12.23. We've got another personal best on stage. A quick check of both of those discs, which need to be complete with no cut-throughs, and that means they will be good if everything is all right on both stands. All right, and we have thumbs up by our judges that both stands were good. Robin Haas there had a bit of a rough start at the top and struggled with the saw through the midsection here. Nice upswing, though. Not a lot of drift as he goes down outside of the log and comes back up. And right there, you can see that one was Niels Rölli on the close side, that the saw blade, the tip of the saw blade disappeared inside the log. That's something you don't want to have happen because you're not actually cutting through the entire piece of that block. And a nice little last flourish by him to get a great time of, it's actually been revised now to 11.97. So a personal best as well as our time to beat in stock saw right now with Niels Rölli from Switzerland moving into the lead. If that time stands, then he will have the best time so far. And I just see on screen now, Marcus is in studio. Marcus, what have you seen here so far in the first 3 heats of the competition?
Well, Troy, I'm very impressed. We had 3 personal bests, and I think the big question before the competition was how did our athletes spend their time during the COVID-19 lockdown? Obviously, they have been training. I mean, 3 personal bests, that's pretty impressive. What do you say?
Absolutely. I mean, it's really nice to see, too. And as I mentioned off the top of the show, I mean, rookie isn't really a fair moniker for these guys because they've got a lot of training in behind them. They got a lot of experience. So these guys are, 20, 21, 22, 23 years old getting into the competition scene for the first times. And obviously, we're seeing some of the absolute future stars of STIHL Timbersports here today.
Oh, true thing. I'm very sure we're going to get the chance to analyze on the split screen later on. But from what I've heard, the next heat is ready to go. Oh, we can get an analyze split screen, Troy. Hopefully you're going to help me on this one.
Absolutely, I'm there for you.
So let's take a closer look. Let's go for it.
Or maybe not. It looks like our next athlete, the only German in the competition, Marcel Steinkemper, is in the tunnel ready to come out, and that's exactly what's going to happen. So we'll do a split screen later on. Interesting with those split screens, by the way, you can see exactly how the head-to-head action works in real close comparison. And yeah, we'll get to see that a little bit later on when we talk to Marcus again. So Marcel Steinkemper from Germany, the only German athlete here today. What's impressive is this is Marcel's first season in competition, and he has shown a lot of skill, and he'll be going up against Frenchman Sébastien Bateau. And you could see 10 centimeters difference in height. In this case, I would say Sébastien has a slight advantage as far as being closer to the saw and getting it quickly up onto the block. But it's all about experience here. Let's see how these two gentlemen manage to go head-to-head against each other. Now you can see there, Marcel, bit of a technician as he did 3 waves of that saw blade in front of the log. Here we go.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Great start by Steinkemper. Bateau looking to find his line, and Steinkemper digging in hard there. Oh, he's got himself a cut outside the log here, and that is going to be a problem. He's going to have to cut again to get a complete cookie, and he just checks there because he came back up, and they're going to have a real close look at that second cookie because he did cut and break it, but did he cut the line is the big question. Okay, so on the side of Sebastian Bateau, he has an incomplete cookie. Now, that is one of the things that we'll talk about a lot through this competition in these disciplines. Let's watch what happened here in the slow-mo. So, there is his first down cut. Saw blading it a little bit there as he finally gets into a rhythm. And on the upstroke here, it looks like he goes out with the tip of his blade. Yeah, right there, gets an incomplete cookie. He knew it right away. Now, he had time. He could have gone back and cut a third cookie. Looking at this one from Marcel Steinkemper. Good first cut here, incomplete cookie. He realized it, reset the saw, but he was really, really close to that line at the bottom. And I think Sebastian Bateau definitely a DQ there, but it appears as though Marcel Steinkemper, yeah, his counts, so he was okay, but because he had to reset the saw, that killed a lot of his time, and he's got a 13.89. So currently sitting in 6th place with 2 more heats to come. That's the interesting thing about these head-to-head heats. You know, you're not just out there alone battling against the clock, which almost in some cases I would think would be easier. But these guys have to be so focused and so on point because they know right across from them or right behind them there's another athlete doing exactly the same thing they're doing and trying to get the fastest time possible. So there's that added pressure of having someone else out on stage with you. Now for the rookies, something that's different that we're not seeing with them today is what we will see later on this evening with the pros is there's no springboard and there's no hot saw. So we only have the 4 disciplines of stock saw, standing block chop, single buck, and underhand chop. All right, stage is set for heat number 5 with our next Austrian coming out, Peter Rich. So Peter Rich will have stand A. Casual saunter over to his block, looking relaxed and easy. Maxime Laragie. I think I have to learn how to say that name properly. Laragie. Somebody help me out. Marcus, you got to get me on that one later on, yeah? All right, so preparations on stage going here for both of these gentlemen, Peter Rich and Maxime Laragie.
Warm up your soul.
And there you see the dependability of the STIHL MS661 saw. Just no problems at all getting those saws started and getting ready for competition here. Deep stance by Maxime on stand B.
Timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, good even start by both of them. This could be a head-to-head slight advantage for Maxime on the French side. And he's got it in 11:50. Great time. That should be the fastest time so far. And Rich gets through in 13:11. These times are, of course, unofficial until we get the thumbs up from our stage judges, Bart Janssen and Jörg Kurzenberger. And it looks like the cuts are good and the thumbs up from the boys as they head off stage and we go to slow-mo. Really nice start by both of them. Dead even on the first impact and that first cut. But it was Maxime who got through just a little bit faster on that first downstroke. There you can see the difference right there. No swing at all on the upstroke for either of them. And Maxime Laragie wins that one, and currently with the updated time now, 11:40, has the fastest time of the day. And that's not even a personal best, ladies and gentlemen, for him. So he's got more left in him on that particular discipline. But that is the time to beat, 11:40, with Peter Rich sitting in 6th place with a time of 12.89 seconds. So 1.49 seconds off the fastest time from Maxime. And there you can see how efficient our stage crew is. They're just in and out. It's like a Formula One pit crew to get that stage clean and ready for our next heat, which, by the way, is our 6th and final heat in stock saw. And another Frenchman coming out on the stage now, Loïc Voinson. The French have shown a lot of talent coming out of that country in the last years. And it just seems to be improving from year to year with the rookies and on up into the pro ranks. Now coming out on stage, Emil Hansen from Sweden. He'll be moving over onto stand B. I'd say these two guys are pretty evenly matched, actually. Emil Hansen, by the way, the youngest competitor in today's competition for our Six Nations Rookie Cup 2020.
Warm up your soul.
All right, here we go. Heat number 6, locked and loaded.
Ready? Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Nice start by Emil Hansen and Loïc Voinson. Both of them looking really good. Emil Hansen just ahead of Loïc Voinson as he starts his upstroke, and it looks like he's going to have this one. Oh, he stalls the saw, but manages to do one final pull and get through. And it appears as though his cookie is okay. A chip did fly out. That's the question now. If you're Kurzenberger, will say yes or no. He's going to ask a second opinion from Bart Janssen here as he heads over. There is a small chip that did come out of the cookie there. The question is, do they find that that is a complete cookie or not on Emil Hansen's side? And the tension mounts here for him as we take a close look at that. All right, well, we've just seen the flag get thrown down here, and that means that we don't have a complete cookie because there is a piece broken out where the saw cut through a little bit too close to the line. That will mean a DQ for Emil Hansen. That is unfortunate because he did have a very fast time. So thus far in the competition, we've had 3 DQs and 3 personal bests. And there we see Loïc Voinson. His time 15 seconds even, 3.60 seconds off pace. On his upstroke, he was pushing a little bit too hard, and we can see here, this is the upstroke from Emil Hansen, and the saw just stalled right there. He had to reset it, put it back down, and he actually broke through the top instead of cutting through the top. So that's where the problem arose from Emil Hansen, and that means DQ for him, a disappointed young man there. But this is all about the experience and gaining that experience through these competitions. So a great time of 11:40 for Maxime Laraige. Again, I murdered his name. My apologies, Maxime, and to all the French fans out there. Nevertheless, he's taking away the first 12 points of the competition. Niels Rolli will have 11 points, and Michael Perrin will sit in 3rd place at the moment with 10 points, and then you can see the rest of the list as we go down 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Unfortunately, no points awarded for a disqualification, so those guys at the bottom of our list will have a lot of work cut out for them if they want to get back into the mix. Now, looking at the MS661 saw there really quickly on the ground, you see the pad that it's sitting in. That is a recent development for these competitions in the last few years. It used to be that they would put them on the floor or on a flat rubber pad, but we found that with the saw running, it would hop around the floor a little bit too much, and it would be hard for the athletes to find the saw where they put it down, and that's the reason for that pad being developed, to make it fair, to make sure that the athletes can place the saw exactly where they want it and that the saw stays there, because beside there is a place for their foot just to make sure that nothing runs away on them. You know, these are the developments that come with time and with experience, and these are all things that make the sport of steel timber sports that much better. Now, here's that side-to-side that Marcus and I were talking about early. Niels and Maxime, very, very close on the time. Niels Rulli, great first cut down, but Maxime was just a little bit faster on the upstroke. No, excuse me, he's got the faster time. But you could see there, those two guys head-to-head for first and second positions is a really nice comparison for us to have a look at and talk about, Marcus.
Awesome, and especially Maxime Layari, your favorite name. He really showed us that this extra weight, that extra strength, is very, very helpful, especially working it with these saws and that kind of wood.
One more time with the name for me, Layari. Oh my God, it's terrible. I'm sorry.
You can do it. Come on, Troy.
Layari.
Oh, sounds perfect to me. Sounds perfect to me. Talking about perfect, the wood that we've seen so far looks very perfect to me, but I think it's hard to find this premium wood. Is that something you think can be decisive in a competition like this?
Absolutely. Wood plays a massive role here, but the wood is very specially selected for these events by Bart Jansen and his team. It's not just like they go out and randomly cut down a tree somewhere and peel off the bark and set these logs in place. They're all specifically designed for these competitions to make that wood as fair as possible for the athletes that are competing.
Yeah, and I think we're going to take a closer look at that right now.
TIMBERSPORTS uses wood as a natural product. It is therefore especially important to maintain fair competition conditions and that the wood is sustainably grown.
Hi, my name's Spike Milton, Global Sports Director for STIHL TIMBERSPORTS. Together with Head of Wood, Mr. Bart Jansen, we have a wealth of knowledge and experience with long-term wood management.
We have different partners to finding the good wood, and here we are on one of the plantations of our partner this year.
One of the biggest challenges that I actually have as part of my role is to work with our wood suppliers. There are some beautiful young trees. These young trees are the future. For us, we have to find consistent and fair wood.
The international TIMBERSPORTS competitions mainly use fast-growing poplar wood from certified plantations, as well as white pine.
After all our STIHL TIMBERSPORTS competitions, the spent wood is collected and recycled. A great example of this is wood pellets for biomass to be used for green energy.
Well, now that you've met the wood, it's time for the standing block chop. Here is the discipline and, of course, the tool.
Standing block chop. At the standing block chop, the felling of a tree with an axe is simulated. A vertically positioned wooden block with a diameter of 27 centimeters has to be cut through from both sides. A powerful and precise swing with the axe is the premise of a good result. The axes used in TIMBERSPORTS definitely can't be bought at your local hardware store. Made from special steel, the blade is hand-sanded with an angle of 13 to 16 degrees. It's custom built and carefully adjusted for each competition. The weight is around 3 kilos and it's about 80 centimeters long. The blade is so sharp that you could shave with it.
This is one of my favorite competitions, and it's time to take a closer look at the athletes. Troy, over to you.
Thanks, Marcus. Yeah, I mean, this is a really, really cool competition. It takes us back to the old days when trees were cut down solely with axes or big double buck saws, I guess you would call them. But these definitely aren't your granddaddy's axes. There's no two ways about it as we meet our first two athletes coming out on stage. Niels Rulli will be on stand A going up against Michael Perrin. So we've got a Swiss and an Italian battling against each other here. Now both of these guys are pretty tall dudes, but Michael Perrin at 197 will definitely have a swing advantage because of his height. He can step back from that log a little farther with a wide stance and really use that to his advantage. Now they have to cut through from the back side and then to the other side and cut through the front side. So let's see how this battle goes down.
Athletes, ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Quick stick by Michael Perrin there as he gets caught in that log. Niels Rulli, however, looking very good. Pretty frequent hits there as he's got good axe speed. Now remember, 3 kilograms, 80 centimeters long, and that thing gets heavy after a while, swinging away. And you have to have fitness, but you also have to be precise with your hits. Niels Rulli now moved over to the other side of his block already. The advantage goes to him as Michael Perrin has caught his saw, or his axe, excuse me, a couple of times in that block. And it's a good final blow for Niels Rulli with a 34.95. And we have dropped another personal best here in the standing block chop. Struggling to get through his block right now. Michael Perrin has got a few more hits to go. He's a big man, got lots of power, but I think it's his accuracy here with the axe that's causing the problem. Final blow for accuracy here with the axe that's causing the problem. Final blow for him, and he drops the block in 54.45. All right, let's take a look here. Now this is where the accuracy and the angle of the head as it impacts the log is so important. Trying to slab out some nice big pieces here and just get a nice clean cut. Niels Rulli looking very good. He was actually hammering away at that thing with really quick and very fast hits. And there you can see one of the big sticks by Michael Perrin. And that is a problem because you have to dig the axe out and then start again. And it's tiring to have to dig that axe out of there. And he got stuck in there 3 or 4 times, which just caused a lot of problems for him. And once again, you can see the axe getting stuck. Back to Niels on his side. Couple of blows here to finish off the top of that block. Nicely done by Niels Rulli. So a time of 33.83, a personal best for him. And that is the time to beat at the moment. So that's 2 personal bests for Niels Rulli on the day. He got it in stock saw. Now he's got it in standing block. If he keeps improving like this, we may be looking at a Swiss competition champion here at the Six Nations Rookie Cup for 2020. And blink, and bingo, the stage is ready again. Fantastic job by the stage crew here. All right, next heat coming on from Sweden, Edvin Karlsson going up against Maxime Laraige. Edvin Karlsson looking critically at that block of his that he's got to work through as Maxime Laraige comes onto the stage. Okay, heat number 2 ready to go. Final practice swings here.
Athletes, ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Wow, in sync. It doesn't get any more in sync than this here, as Edvin Karlsson slows his pace a little bit, but nice big hits. On the other side, Maxime Laraige getting in deep. Wow, and there's some blocks flying from that big block. There's some slabs flying away from Edvin Karlsson's as Maxime has already started on the backside of his. Karlsson moved to the backside as well. Oh, a big stick by Maxime. Should be 1 or 2 more blows. Maxime gets it down in a time of 37.95, and Edvin Karlsson in 38.47. And Edvin Karlsson with a personal best there. And that means that he will be currently sitting in 4th place. in the overall standings. And what you just saw there on screen in the orange field with the white number, that is the overall standings position, not the position in the particular discipline being battled out. Here we see Edvin Karlsson continuing in the slow-mo. Nice big slabs coming off of that block. And really nice hits there. You could see how precise he is with that axe. Maxime on the other side, throwing as much power as he can into it. Again, on his side too, some big slabs coming out. So it's about technical and endurance in this case. So results so far in standing block chop, Niels Röhli still in the top position with a 33.83, but Maxime Laraige with 37.70 sitting in second place, and Edvin Karlsson in third place in the standing block chop. As far as the overall standings, Maxime is just behind Niels Röhli in first and second place, Edvin Karlsson in fourth place in the overall, Michael Perrin sitting in third in the overall standings there with 19 points so far. Next pairing coming out on the stage, we'll have Switzerland's Robin Haas on stand A. And then joining him on stage, Sébastien Bateau from France on stand B. Both of these guys under the 180 mark, 174 and 178 respectively between Bateau and Haas. Pretty evenly matched up as far as weight as well. So this is all going to come down to technique and endurance.
2, 1, go!
And also use of those hips. You got to swing those hips to get in there. Big slabs coming out for Robin Haas here on stand A. Bateau from France on stand B, still working on his first side. Robin Haas has already moved to the backside of his block. Really accurate hits from Robin Haas here from Austria, from Switzerland, excuse me. Now, Sébastien Bateau has moved over to his backside, but it's going to be a good time for Robin Haas with 33.62, third place in the overall, and first in the standing block chop. Sébastien Bateau still battling to try and get through his block here. He really needs to give it a couple of good whacks, and this should do it. There it goes, down at 49.76. These times are, of course, unofficial, and they usually get adjusted a little bit towards our final heat matchups and timings. And taking a look back here, Robin Haas, his first hit was a little bit sticky. That axe got stuck in there 1-2 times on that bottom stroke, but then he got into a nice flow, found his rhythm, and found his angle that he needed to have. Sébastien Bateau looked good there as well, but he just wasn't slabbing out as much. Oh, there's a big slip right there. The axe didn't connect properly, and that means that he had to go back and just re-hit a couple of spots there to try and get a nice clean cut. And after that, he looked good, but that just took away too much time with a guy like Robin Haas working away at his block there on the other side. And you could see it start to wiggle in that final blow. He knew it as well, was going to do it for him. So Robin Haas currently has the time to beat of 33.36, just ahead of Niels Röhli, his countryman from Switzerland, with a 33.83. So those two are just 47 hundredths apart from each other. Maxime Laraige is sitting in third place in standing block chop. The overall standings, and there you can see a little bit of moving around now. Niels Röhli Top of the points at the moment, Maxime Laraige sitting in second place with Robin Haas moving into third place after his standing block chop. All right, so the guy who started our competition off in the stock saw is sitting in Heat 4 right now from Austria, Lukas Wagesreiter. He'll be joined by Germany's Marcel Steinkemper. Marcel Steinkemper was sitting in 8th place after stock saw, but there's been some moving around in the overall. He is now sitting in 10th place, has a chance to go up against Lukas Wagesreiter, his neighbor to the south.
Athletes, ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
So Wagesreiter with the quicker axe head, but Steinkemper's got the power behind him, leading into every hit. However, that's causing him some problems as the axe has gotten stuck a couple of times in there. Wagesreiter continues with the clean hits and no stuck axes. Now Wagesreiter moves over to the backside. Steinkemper doing the same thing. Another stick by Steinkemper, causing him more problems. Wagesreiter looking nice and clean. His hits are solid and well aimed. Steinkemper really depending on his power at this point, and Wagesreiter saw it wiggling, but just took a little bit of a pause there with a 35.47 time. So that puts him in 3rd place in standing block chop and 4th place in the overall for the moment. All right, looking back here, Lukas Wagesreiter, he just moved that axe quickly. The axe head had more frequent hits on the block, and you could see his aim was pretty solid. A little stick right there, but I think that was really the only problem he had. His flow was good, his axe angle was nice, and you could see with each hit he was slapping out a little bit more every time. He was quick to the other side as well. And there Marcel Steinkemper just throwing everything he's got into it, but that huge hit right there didn't slap the block out the way he wanted to. He got it stuck, and you could see how he twists his hips and just absolutely has a ton of power in his hits. Want to try and make sure that those blocks get away so that you don't have to go through them to continue cutting as well. I mean those slabs, I should have said, not blocks. And you could see just the amount of power that Marcel Steinkemper has. So you know that when he can get everything working together really nicely, he is going to be a force to be reckoned with. And Lukas Wagesreiter there, he saw the block wiggle a little bit, but just took a brief pause and then had to step back, reposition, and do one final hit. So standing block chop, but Steinkemper is in a good position there in the standing block chop in 4th place. Wagesreiter is in 3rd place. Röhrli and Haas with the top 2 times and personal bests. I mean, standing block's been good so far, and we're going to head back down to the studio to Marcus.
Yeah, well, thank you, Troy. Well, thanks very much, Troy. Let me just talk to you about Niels Röhrli. He's overall leader at the moment, and he just beat his own personal best by 22 seconds. Have you seen anything like this before?
Yeah, that's a pretty big win on your personal best, and he did also get a personal best in the stock saw. So right now, you know, like I said, if he's on fire, and if he continues it this way, there's going to be a runaway competition here. But let's just see. We've got 2 more disciplines still to go. Anything can happen, as we have seen in the past. You could get a DQ. You never know. So it's going to be interesting to see how it goes. But Niels Röhrli definitely in a good way right now.
Yeah, well, anything he's been doing so far is very prime. And I've heard we're going back to the next heat. So let's continue with you, Troy.
All right. Thanks a lot, Marcus. All right, so stage is set for heat number 5 here in standing block chop. Peter Rich coming onto stage now. He'll be on stand A once again, where he was in the stock saw. And joining him will be Loïc Voinson. Both of them 182 centimeters tall. Loïc, 14 kilograms heavier. Is that going to play a role here? I don't know. Let's see. We haven't seen much of the weight playing a role as an advantage for the other guys that have been the heavier or taller athletes, so it may or may not here. You just have to get right down to technique and how well you can control that axe.
3, 2, 1, go!
Nice start by Peter Rich. Oh yeah, great hits there. Loïc Voinson on the other side also looking very good. Ooh, this could be good. Loïc Voinson quick to the other side. Peter Rich went very deep on his first cut. Loïc Voinson has looked like he's loosened that up. Whoa! Wow, great time by Loïc Voinson, 20.63. He just blew away the time and has taken over the top spot in standing block chop. Meanwhile, Peter Rich still trying to get through there. It was a nice start by him. Something went awry in the middle of that, though, and he has a time of 33.69. And I'm noticing that Loïc Voinson doesn't even have a personal best there. 20.63 puts him atop the standing block chop by 12.76 seconds. What a great time by the Frenchman. Really nice start here, as you see in the slow-mo by Peter Rich. His positioning was great. Axe positioning was nice as well. Great flow. Oh, just got a little bit too far over, got the axe caught there, and that stuck in, and he had to work his way out of it. Now here, Loïc, he just went over to the other side very quickly, decided to dig through on the backside and not have as much on the front side. Obviously, he felt like this was his wave. So he got on his board and went for it. What a great job by Loïc Voinson. And Peter Rich, I have to say, is no slouch either. He did get a bit of a slower time with a 33.36, exactly the same time as Robin Haas. So both of them are sitting currently in second place tied in the standing block chop, but the time to beat right now is Loïc Voinson. The overall standings, Niels Röhle still on top with Robin Haas, and Peter Rich now moves into third place. So there is our top 3 for the moment with one more heat to go. I have to say that was impressive from Loïc Voinson. Okay, next heat from Switzerland. Oliver Reinhard coming on the stage. He will have stand A. And joining him in this final heat in standing block chop, Emil Hansson. Emil Hansson, as we know, had a little bit of problem in the stock saw with a DQ. So hopefully he can improve here in the standing block chop and make amends for a disqualification in the stand or in the stock saw to start our competition off. He's going to really need to put the hammer down. Oliver Reinhard on the stage with him. Here we go.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Oliver Reinhard right there in your shot right now. Nice big hits there. Oh, slabbing out very nicely. But Emil Hansson has moved over to the backside of his block already. We should see some good times coming out of both of these gentlemen. Emil Hansson, whoa, what a great shot right there. 19.50 for Emil Hansson and 21.56 for Oliver Reinhard. Two fantastic times, first and third, respectively, for Emil Hansson and Oliver Reinhard. Oh my goodness, those were fantastic times right there. And again, not even personal best, just amazing from Emil Hansen, and he has definitely stepped up his game here in the standing block chop, making up for a DQ in stock saw. Well done. Both of these guys just really great form. Nice angle, slabbing out nicely there from Oliver Reinhardt. You could see he had some big hits there. A little stick, just minor. But he went very, very quickly on the first side as he moved over to the other side. And here, Emil Hansen, a big stick there, and that might have even been that much faster as he moves over to the other side. And he was just not letting anything left a chance here as he wanted to get through this block as quickly as possible to get those all-important 12 points to get himself back in the competition at final blow. And that's some satisfaction right there to know that you got the 12 points as the fastest athlete here in the standing block chop. Oliver Reinhardt sits in third place in the standing block chop, and Emil Hansen, he's got himself 12 points, but he's still sitting right down there in 11th place in the overall standing. So he's got his work cut out for him. There's no two ways about it. Niels Rulli in a nice position at the top with 18 points. Robin Haas, though, only 1 point behind him. And Oliver Reinhardt, with a great performance here in standing block, is just 1 point behind Robin Haas. So a nice competition is starting to form here with 3 Swiss guys atop the leaderboard in the overall standings.
Well, Troy, as you said, Switzerland is a rock in this Rookie Cup. Absolutely amazing. But we have a Frenchman and a Swede who did the best in this competition. And we're going to take a closer look on our split screen right now. Oh, there we have it. So, Troy, what do you think? What made the difference between Emil Hansen and Loic Vincent at the end?
Well, you can see Emil Hansen has a really, really wide stance. His feet are so far apart. He's pushing off of that back foot, really rotating his hips and getting all of that core power into his hits. And he went over to the other side of his block quite quickly. Loic Vincent, no slouch either, you could see, but he just didn't have the wide stance that Emil Hansen did. And perhaps the long legs from Emil Hansen were the difference maker there, but you could see both of them really, really well battled out.
And it's only been 1.24 seconds, so that was a really, really close one.
Yeah, it's not much to talk about there. And I mean, we're really, this is one of the reasons why we have competition control, because they can go back and look and see literally within the hundredths of a second or thousandths of a second who is the winner of a competition when it comes that close, because it has happened in the past where we've seen these competitions come to literally milliseconds.
And we're going for single buck now, so this is going to be close as well.
Exactly. Single buck is not the easiest discipline either. There's a lot of factors that play a role here. Yeah, with the stock saw, you know, you've got the motor, you've got your pressure and all of those things. And, of course, with the axe, the angle of the axe head, the amount of times that you can hit the axe head, not getting it stuck. But with the single buck, there's just too many finite things that can stop the saw in the middle of a stroke that just cause problems.
Okay, and that means we're off to the competition. Let's take a closer look at the heats of the single buck. We've got Edwin Carlsen taking on Michael Perrin from Italy. And then we'll be having Niels Rulli take on Sebastian Bartot. In heat number 3, the 2 Swiss guys, Oliver Reinhardt and Robin Haas. In heat 4, we have 2 Austrians, Lukas Wagesreiter and Peter Ritsch. Heat 5, Marcel Steinkemper from Germany taking on the Frenchman Maxime Larige. And in heat number 6, Loic Vincent against the Swede Emil Hansen. So that's a lot to look forward to. I'm really in for it now. Troy, back to you into Studio 6, rock and roll.
Thanks, Marcus. And I'm still struggling with Maxime's name, so he's just Maxime for me the rest of the day here.
Yeah,
you know, but let's learn a little bit more about these tools, the tools of the trade here, and our single buck saws. Single buck. The single buck is a one-man saw about 2 meters long. With this, the athletes have to cut off a complete disc from a 40-centimeter thick wooden block. The perfect interplay between rhythm and strength is the key to success. The 2-meter-long cross-cut saw used for the single buck discipline is made especially for competition. A series of consistently patterned 10-centimeter long teeth are cut with a laser on one side of the saw and then hand sharpened. Saw teeth are divided into two types, cutters and rakers, just like on the old school saws. The saw weighs about 5 kilos and its base price starts at around 1,500 euros. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting ready for discipline number 3 here at the Six Nations Rookie Cup, and that is the single buck. And coming out onto stage now, Edvin Karlsson from Sweden. He'll have stand A, and he'll set his single buck in place and make sure that he's ready to go. Coming out next to him, Mikael Perin from Italy. Now here's where the height of 1.97 meters can definitely play an advantage for the Italian. He is 20 centimeters taller than Edvin Karlsson. He needs to have good flow, though, because you can be short and have good flow and still win a competition like that. And we're going to look at this a little bit more in detail once we get some side-by-side comparisons. We'll also see the different styles that these athletes will use during their cutting. You're going to see guys take long strokes. You're going to see guys take frantic short strokes. So it's just about what works best for you. The main component, though, keep that saw moving. Keep the flow going. Check your angle to make sure that you're not getting it hooked up. Those teeth are 10 centimeters long, and if you get one of those hooked up on a piece of the block that you're trying to cut, then it's going to cause it to stop, bow, and it takes a lot to get that thing restarted. Here we go.
Athlete, ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, and already Edvin Karlsson gets that thing stopped right away. Perin on the far side has good flow. He is not really using his body to his advantage, though. He's got a fairly upright stance, but he's looking very good. A quick stop by him, and he gets through in 14.98. That's a personal best. Meanwhile, Edvin Karlsson struggling a bit there as that saw was tagging the floor each time on the downstroke, and that caused him a lot of problems, and his time of 19.61 is 4.63 seconds off pace, but it's a personal best for both of them. Now, there is discussion on stand B because of a complete cut. Now, let's watch this again. Right there, a quick stick by Edvin Karlsson as he's got to get that thing restarted and get the flow going. Sticks again. The angle was just a bit too steep, and then finally he gets into the flow. In the background, you can see, though, that Mikael Perin had already gotten almost all the way down, and there, a quick stop by him, and you can see he twists the block off. Closer view here as we look at Mikael Perin, and we get that quick stop, and then here he twists it off, but he did get a final cut. The question is whether or not the judges will deem that as fair. Now, I haven't seen anything or heard anything that says otherwise, so it should be good, and there you go. Mikael Perin with a time of 17.94. Edvin Karlsson with a time of 19.39. And that sets Edvin Karlsson down in 9th place, and Mikael Perin currently takes over top of the overall standings with our next heat ready to come out. All right, next up, Niels Rulli, who was leading the competition up until the first heat here, has a chance to get back into the top. He's got 2 personal bests so far on the day. Can he get a 3rd personal best and continue on that upward swing? We'll find out as he is going up against Sebastian Bateau. Currently, the world record for single buck is held by Jason Wynyard from New Zealand. He managed to cut through his block at the time in 9.39 seconds, and that was done back in 2007, and nobody's broken it yet. So that is an incredibly fast time. It's going to be tough for anybody to get there. And you need to have absolutely the perfect set of circumstances and conditions. Here we go with Niels Rölli on stand A and Sebastian Bateau on stand B.
Athletes, ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, that was a very quick start by Niels Rölli as he gets that saw going, but does get a quick stop, and you can see the saw bend. And on the far side, Sebastian Bateau's got some nice flow. Oh, but he gets it stuck as well. And again, getting that saw stopped and stuck, having to restart, it just causes all sorts of problems. And right now, it was a really fast start for Niels Rölli. Sebastian Bateau with a good time of 26.06. But I do believe that we are going to have a review on stand A, as they're going to want to check something out here, because Niels Rölli's start time was very, very quick. There is our yellow flag on stand A. And the dramatic music plays as our judges will go over to the screen. Now this is where we were talking about those milliseconds earlier on, as I was mentioning to Marcus, and this is why we have competition control, so we can see absolutely if everything was fair. Now you could see that was a very fast start by Niels Rölli. Sebastian Bateau wasn't even moving, and Niels was already through 2 strokes. So that is what they're checking out right now. All right, updated information from competition control. On my screen here, we do have a DQ for Niels Rölli, so that is going to be a big problem for his overall standings, and that means it widens the field way open for the rest of the guys. Let's look here. So, Perrin holding on to that top spot for the moment. Sebastian Bateau in 12th place in the overall. Sorry, we're looking at the single buck standings as we take a look at the overall standings now. Sebastian Bateau sitting in 12th place overall. And Niels Rölli, even with the DQ, still has 18 points. So he's in 2nd place, but Michael Perrin has moved into the top spot, winning the 12 points thus far after 2 heats in single buck. Now, moving on to heat number 3 in single buck, we have Oliver Reinhardt going up against Robin Haas. Two Swiss gentlemen will be battling against each other. And remember, as Marcus mentioned off the top of the show, the top 8 athletes from this Six Nations Rookie Cup will qualify for the 2021 Rookie World Championship. Now you can see there, Bart Janssen has a special measuring guide to be able to check how deep those first set cuts of the saw are allowed to go in, so that it's fair on both sides. Jörg Kurzenberger had the same on his side, have checked both saws and positions, and interesting that these two Swiss gentlemen are going to go head-to-head with each other. Literally facing each other, and this is the first time that we'll have seen these two guys or any athlete facing each other in the competition.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Great start by Robin Haas. Little bit of a delay by Oliver Reinhardt as he took some time getting that saw started, but he's got good flow. And it looks like he's playing catch-up now with Robin Haas. Oh, boy! Look at that. 13 seconds and 14.43 seconds. Oliver Reinhardt with a great time, a personal best, takes 1st overall and 1st in the single buck. 2nd place goes to Robin Haas with a 14.43. So those are two good times and set them both up for some changes in the overall standings. Can't wait to look back at these slow-mos here. A little bit of a sticky start by Oliver Reinhardt. Robin Haas on the other side had a good start, but Oliver Reinhardt just got into a really nice flow using a lot of that saw. Now, the best in the world, you'll see that saw tip disappear into the space between the block he's cutting and the main block. And right there, that could have been dangerous. The little twist of the saw, breaking it off, could have left a piece still attached to the main block, which would have meant a DQ had he not cut that off. But he got lucky this time around. So Oliver Reinhardt with a personal best time of 13.23 and the fastest time in single buck so far. And that means in the overall standings, Oliver Reinhardt and Robin Haas both move into 1 and 2, actually tied for 1, both with 28 points. But because Oliver Reinhardt has the fastest overall time, he is in first place. Michael Perrin sitting in third. And our next pairing will be coming out. Lukas Vagesreiter from Austria will be going up against another Austrian, Peter Rich. And now coming out onto stage, Peter Rich. If you notice his shoes, both Lucas and Peter are wearing spiked shoes. Similar to track shoes. They could very well be track shoes for that matter. And they opt for spiked shoes in order to give them better traction on the floor here. Now, these are the first two guys where we've actually seen wear spiked shoes, or at least in my recollection, I didn't really pay attention up to this point because I heard them clicking and clacking as they came on to the floor, a bit like a set of high heels across linoleum as they came out onto the stage. Now there you see Lukas Vagesreiter with his saw upside down briefly, just giving him an opportunity to practice his stroke. So a couple of Austrians will be battling against each other here. And a great view of that 2-meter long crosscut saw known as the single buck. Final adjustments for Peter Rich on stand B as he sets his position. And here you can see the difference in stance between these two gentlemen. Lucas Vagesreiter with a really wide stance. Peter Rich, not so much, but Peter Rich is the taller of the two athletes. Vagesreiter right into good flow immediately. Peter Rich looking also pretty good. Vagesreiter, he has gotten himself a little bit stuck. Peter Rich as well. This is going to come down to a very close finish, but it's going to be Peter Rich. Oh my goodness, that was so close. Vagesreiter, 16.59. Peter Rich with a 16.82. Hundredths of a second's difference there. My goodness. Both of them getting stuck at opposite times there as they came through, and both of them getting very, very close heat times. Oh, my goodness. So Lukas Vagesreiter with a 16.34 and Peter Rich with a 16.59 adjusted are currently sitting in third and fourth place in single buck. As we look at the slow-mo here, quick stick right there by Vagesreiter. And a couple of sticks there really caused some problems for Vagesreiter, who was looking really, really good right off the hop. So third and fourth place for the two Austrians in the single buck. And we'll take a look how the overall standings look after that. Ooh, nicely done. Third and fourth place also in the overall standings. All right, so that means that there is some shucking and jiving going on in the overall standings. As you can see, things start to move around a bit as the points and the disqualifications happen as they do happen in Timber Sports. Our next pairing will be coming out onto the stage shortly, and we'll see Marcel Steinkemper joining us on stage, our one and only German in the competition. And he will be going up against the Frenchman, my favorite man, Maxime Larage. I'll have his name correctly pronounced by the time I'm about 60 at this rate. So Marcel and Maxime. Germany versus France. Marcel's best time 14:20. Maxime, his best time 13:65. So a slight advantage goes to the Frenchman at this point. And there we see that tool that Jörg Kürzenberger used to make sure the saw is sitting fairly in the correct depth. Bart Janssen will have checked the stand A already to make sure that the saw sits at the correct depth there as well. And again, everything is done to make this as fair as possible for these athletes. And then it just leaves it up to the athlete's skill and their determination to win and their desire. Here we go.
Athletes, ready?
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Steinkemper with a quick start there, gets into it nicely. Maxime on the other side has good flow. Steinkemper gets his saw caught a couple of times. And then it looks like it's going to be Maxime getting through there faster. Yes, he does. 16.19. And Steinkemper, oh, big problem from him as he has a piece of that disc left and he's got to get back in there and cut it the rest of the way off. That is allowed to make sure the cookie is complete. The judges will check that for absolutely complete cookie, but that is a disappointing situation for Marcel Steinkemper there because it means it took extra time for him to get that last little piece off. Now it was a very fast start by Marcel Steinkemper. Maxime Larage kept the flow going pretty well. A stick right there causing problems. And you could see another one as that saw bowed in a bit too much. And then as he got to the bottom, a little twist of the saw broke off a piece. And meanwhile, the Frenchman threw nice and clean, looking for this twist at the bottom. Pay attention to his hands now as he gets a little twist right there. And that just pushed the block out, broke it off the piece. Of course, he needed to go back in and cut it clean. So Steinkemper with a 23.49, Maxime with a 16.03, and he is in good stand right now in third place, and he sits in third place also in the overall standings. So things are shifting around once again. So next heat coming up, Frenchman Loïc Voisin coming onto the stage. And you could see those are some funky looking shoes, but he's what actually done is wearing a pair of flip-flops or sandals to protect the spikes of his shoes as he comes out on the stage. Emil Hansson opting to go spike-free. The Swedes are known for having very, very strong single buck athletes. So let's see if Emil Hansson can live up to that reputation. And as I did say earlier on, France has been absolutely putting top talent out into the world of steel timber sports for the last few years. So there's no messing around. Both of these guys looking for a nice wide stance in their feet. Loïc Voisin completely focused on that saw as the final preparation is getting done by Emil Hansson. Head games a little bit here maybe? I don't know. But Loïc Voisin looks like he wants that log badly.
Ready? Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, good start by both of them, and both of them get stuck. Emil Hansen getting stuck twice now as Loic Vincent so getting into the flow, and now so has Oh my goodness, Emil Hansen with a push from behind and a 12.47. That is the fastest time in single buck so far. And Loic Vincent with a 16.36. Now both of these guys did get a catch in their saws, and that caused problems and slowed them down a little bit. But you could see once Emil Hansen got the flow going, there was no stopping him. Taking a look here again. There, a quick catch by Loic Vincent, and then finally gets it moving again. And around that time on the other side, we saw a similar thing happen to Emil Hansen, but then Emil Hansen just with a huge wide stance, throwing everything off of that back foot on the forward stroke, gets it through in a 12.25 adjusted time. Loic Vincent, 6th place in single buck with a 16.20. So Emil Hansen moves to the top of the single buck ranking, takes those 12 points, and he'll enjoy sitting in 4th place in the overall standings. Oliver Reinhardt, Robin Haas atop the standings in 1st and 2nd, both with 27 points. Maxime Larage with 25 points in 3rd place, and Emil Hansen, nice for him to be in 4th place as we head down to Marcus in the studio.
The DQ by the leader of the pack, which was absolutely dramatic. Troy, you were talking about long strokes, or as you call it, frantic short strokes. What do you think was the better strategy today?
Well, I mean, both of them are good strategies, Marcus. It just depends on how well you use those strokes. And I mean, my opinion is a wide stance and long strokes, using all of the saw in order to get through the cuts. You know, like they say, slow is steady, steady is fast.
Yeah, but you're a big man. For me, it would be the frantic fast.
I think I would be in panic modus trying to do the frantic short strokes as well. But we've seen success in both, you know. For instance, with Jason Wynyard, he's such a tall man. He has those long strokes, and he's just absolutely knows that saw perfectly, doesn't make any deep angle changes or anything like that, and uses that to his advantage. Other guys, they can just use the middle of that saw, but they're going so fast, it's like having a motor saw that they're cutting with. So,
well, let's take a look at the top two in the split screen.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Let's do that. So Emil Hansen there, you could see he gets a couple of short strokes and then gets into those long strokes. Oliver Reinhardt on the right-hand side, he's using a little bit of those more frantic, shorter strokes, middle of the saw. But Emil Hansen, he did get a couple of shorter strokes in there, but he was just so solid on those long strokes that it was to his advantage. And because he's a little bit taller, it was also helpful for him to have a wide stance.
Well, there's only one more discipline coming up, and that's the underhand chop. So let's take a closer look at that.
Underhand chop. In the past, the underhand chop technique was used to split logs. Standing on a horizontally anchored block, the athletes use an axe to cut through a 30-centimeter log. The block has to be worked from both sides.
So let's take a look at the start list. We're going to start off with Heat 1, Italy taking on Switzerland. It's Michael Perrin taking on Nils Rölli, followed by Heat 2, Edwin Carlsen from Sweden against the German Marcel Steinkemper. In Heat 3, we'll see the two Frenchmen, Sébastien Bateau against Maxime Layarige. In heat number 4, Lukas Wagesreiter from Austria taking on his Swiss colleague Robin Haas. In heat 5, Peter Ritsch from Austria against the Frenchman Loic Vincent. And last but not least, in heat number 6, Oliver Reinhardt from Switzerland against the Swede Emil Hansen. So it's gonna be really, really exciting. Only one more discipline deciding over the winner of this year's Rookie Cup here in Munich in Studio 6. Troy, are we ready for this?
Oh, we are so ready, absolutely. And Nils Rölli, with his DQ from the single buck, needs to really be on point here if he wants to get up there in this first heat. Now, he's going to be going up against Michael Perrin from Italy. And again, it's the underhand chop. this one can be tricky because you need to have a really well-placed axe, and let's see if either of these two gentlemen can do it. Niels Rulli, disappointed after his DQ from earlier, will have refocused and reset himself to come out here and battle away. He's also 19 years old, so I mentioned earlier on that I believe it was Emir Hansen was the youngest competitor in the competition, but that is not actually fair to say because there's two 19-year-olds in the mix.
Athletes, ready!
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, so here the key is to get a nice set of starting hits, slab out that block as much as possible, move away as much material as you can, and you can see in front of my position, Michael Perrin, really fast axe, moving that head quickly and getting into that first side of his block, now moving over to the other side. Niels Rulli still working on his first side, now finally moves over to the other side, and it's all about balance and accuracy with that axe on top, plus you've got to have the power. And it looks like Michael Perrin might do well to better his best time. Oh, there we go, 37:29. He bettered his best time by a bullet. Niels Rulli still battling, just passing the 46-second mark here, and finally gets through in 49:15. So that puts him back into first place in the overall. There you see with the orange field with the white writing, but that is a great time by Michael Perrin. 37:29, and again we've seen how the faster axe head plays a role, but now if I look down from my position, there's a little bit of discussion going on there from our judges as they check the block to make sure that they've had a fair and clean cut. And in the slow-mo here you can see some nice big slabs coming out of the block from Michael Perrin. Moving that axe head quickly, and we've seen in the past from both the New Zealand and Australian guys in the underhand chop that a quick axe can make a big difference. All right, looks like we've got fair cuts all around here. So Michael Perrin with a personal best of 36:49 and Niels Rulli with a personal best of 48:89. Now you have to look at it like this. Michael Perrin's previous personal best was 1 minute 23 seconds 81 hundredths. That is a massive improvement for him, and you can see there in the overall standings, Rulli and Perrin with those 11 and 12 points respectively move into the top two positions in the overall. How long that will last, we'll see. And again, out of curiosity, the underhand chop world record 12.39 seconds held by Braden Meyer of Australia. He got that record in 2015, and everybody was absolutely astounded at the time how quickly the young Australian managed to move that axe from above his head to the block faster than anybody else at the time. And since then, that style of cutting with an axe has been adopted by a lot of different people to try and get through those blocks as quickly as possible. So you could say he's a bit of an engineer and a trendsetter. All right, next two athletes coming out on deck. First up from Sweden, Edvin Karlsson. Just 20 years old. Underhand chop. 49.26 was the personal best for the rookie. He got that at the Nordic Rookie Cup in Dölmo in 2019. And out there with him is Marcel Steinkemper. Personal best for him, 43.46. Let's see what kind of improvements either of these two gentlemen have made in their underhand chop.
Athletes, Ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Edvin Karlsson getting in with quick head strokes there. Marcel Steinkemper doing his best to do the same with a lot of power coming from his side. High swings, good position on the hands. Edvin Karlsson right in front of our position right here. Gets his axe stuck a couple of times. Steinkemper has moved over to the other side already. And he is just going for it, giving everything he's got. And Karlsson finally moving over to the other side of his block. Definite advantage here for Steinkemper, but Karlsson slapping out some nice ones. Oh, and a great time, 32.82. Another personal best has gone to the wind here. Marcel Steinkemper with a personal best, 32.82. Edvin Karlsson, 45 seconds now passed, and it looks like that block is finally loosening up. 1 or 2 more hits should do it for him. There we go. It is done at 52.24 for Edvin Karlsson. So Marcel Steinkemper with the fastest time of the day so far, and another personal best with 32.67. As we take a look at the block of Edvin Karlsson, a couple of times that axe got stuck in there, and of course, as it is with every part of these disciplines, when you get stuck, you have to restart, and then just getting redone. Excuse me, we were on the block of Marcel Steinkemper. Edvin Karlsson had the white shoes on the far side there. You could see just every ounce of their energy going into that axe as they choke up, and big stick there by Edvin as he moves around to the other side to start working the backside of his block. Great camera angle right there, by the way, from that fixed overhead camera. And the final couple of blows for Marcel Steinkemper here as he steps off that block in a time of 32.67. Another personal best falls here at the Six Nations Rookie Cup 2020. And that tells you everything you need to know about the skill level and determination from these gentlemen. And they're improving with every event they head out to. The overall standings, a little bit more shifting around. Niels Rulli still holding on to the top spot there. Steinkemper moving up into 5th place with 25 points in total. And Edvin Karlsson, unfortunately, he only has 16 points overall, sitting down in 11th at the moment. And that doesn't mean we're going to see him anywhere near the top here, with this being the last discipline of the day. So Niels Rulli will be on pins and needles as he watches the remaining heats come out. A couple of Frenchmen going to be battling this time around. Sébastien Bateau right in front of our position here. Hopefully he won't be slapping out any blocks in my direction. And then Maxime Layarige, finally. Maybe I was just putting the emphasis on the wrong syllable with his name. I don't know, nevertheless. Personal best for Layarige, 36.50 for Bateau, 39. All right. Let's see how these two Frenchmen do in the underhand chop.
Ready. Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go.
This is synchronized chopping here right now as we start off with the first few hits, and now they get into their own flow and their own rhythm. Right in front of me here, Bateau looking good as he gets through the backside of this block nice and quickly. He should switch over to the other side fairly quickly now. And a bit of a tentative move for Layarige as he moves over to the front side of his block. Bateau now finally moves over. Layarige opting for the power strokes here from way on high as we see his position. Bateau slabbing out nicely. Could be a close battle between these two guys. They've gone well past the time to beat of 32.67 now and are into the 40s. Couple of axe sticks for both of them here. Boy, it's going to be close. Who is going to get through here first? It's going to be Sébastien Bateau with a time of 52.17 and Layarige with a 55.08. Couple of Frenchmen very close to each other. as Layarish takes a quick look at that block and just wonders why it took so long to get through. They weren't even close to their personal bests there. Yeah, both of them disappointed with the results there as we see the slow-mos. Started off nicely. A little bit of a hop there for Sebastian Bateau, but he slabbed out a couple of nice pieces. On the far side, you could see some big chunks coming out of the block from Layarish. And then it took a long time for Sebastian Bateau to get around to the other side. A couple of more hits for Layarish on the other side. He was very tentative about his switch around. You could see there, it took him a long time to reposition himself and get those first couple of hits, and you actually have to be really careful when you do make that turnaround to have your feet on those flat sections so that you're not risking getting your foot or your ankle hit with the axe. They do wear chainmail leggings, but nevertheless, when that axe hits with that much impact, you can really, really injure yourself. And there you see Sebastian Bateau finally getting through, and we should see that one from, Sebastian Bateau. Layarish on the other side. You can see there, underhand chop in 5th and 6th place with times above the 51-second mark. So not going to be much of an impact on the overall standings there. However, the time is enough for 7 points for Layarish to take over the top position from Niasroli. So it's 32-28 right now. Interesting what's happening in the overall. And it was just that DQ from Niasroli that really made a problem. And we do have what is called the hot seat. That gives us an opportunity to see who is leading towards the last 3 heats here. Now, we do have 3 more heats. And I don't know if we're going to get a picture of our hot seat. There it is on the bottom right-hand side of your screen. We can see right now it is Maxime Layarish with a total time of 2:00.24 in the competition. He is currently in the hot seat, or we'll call it the hot spot because he's not able to sit down. So we do have 3 more heats to go, and we'll see how much change goes on in the overall standings after these 3 heats. Change goes on in the overall standings after these 3 heats. Coming out for heat number 4 from Austria, Lukas Wageschreiter. And joining him from Switzerland, Robin Haas. There you can see the details of both gentlemen. I would say we're looking at a fairly evenly matched heat as far as their specifics are concerned, as far as their
athletes, ready.
Stand
actual time or personal best. I think that
3, 2,
Robin Haas
1,
has
go.
a distinct advantage here. So both of them underway on their underhand chop here. Wageschreiter, some big power hits. Moving over to the other side for Robin Haas. Wageschreiter, both of them still working on their first side. Now we have Wageschreiter moving over to his other side. Robin Haas joins him as they cut through the backside of their block. Wageschreiter with power hits from on high, taking huge swings, and that could be an advantage for him as he starts to get through the backside here. Robin Haas on the far side, a quick stick by him, but he gets it out quickly. And I see a wiggly log there. Oh, there we go. Robin Haas gets down in 43.86. Wageschreiter, who I thought was going to get through faster, is down in 46.22. So, as we talk about, anything can happen, and it was a quick push from behind by Robin Haas with an adjusted time of 43.57. Lukas Wageschreiter with a 45.96. Currently sitting in 3rd and 4th in the underhand chop. As we take a look at some of the slow-mos here. So Lukas Wageschreiter and Robin Haas with a nice heat between each other sitting in third and fourth with times respectively so 43.57 for Robin Haas and 45.96 for Lukas Wagersreiter. They're sitting in third and fourth place in the underhand chop positions. There you see Steinkemper, Perrin 1 and 2, Haas, Wagersreiter 3 and 4, and that's made a change in our overall standings now. Robin Haas moves into the top spot with Lukas Wagersreiter right behind him. So at the moment, Robin Haas is in the lead of the overall standings. 2 more heats to go, however. Heat number 5 coming up next with Peter Rich from Austria and Loïc Voisin from France. So at the moment, the time to beat in underhand chop is held by Marcel Steinkemper, 32.67. Peter Rich is sitting in 10th place. Loïc Voisin, who is just coming out onto the stage now, is sitting in 9th place. Neither of them can really jump into the top spot, winning the underhand chop here, so neither of them really are playing a role. Robin Haas with the 37 points at the moment. If Loïc Voisin can get the 12 points, he would have 35.
3, 2, 1, go!
So Peter Rich, Loïc Voisin getting to work on the underhand chop here. Voisin with some big hits, but also with some big sticks there as he moves over to the other side. And then Peter Rich joins him. Peter Rich right down in front of my position here, making me nervous with that axe. Throwing some big hits as well. Power from both of these gentlemen, swinging from on high. Loïc Voisin, 27.73. Great time for him in the underhand chop. He'll take over the lead in the discipline. Peter Rich has done it in 37.83, and that puts him in 4th place in the discipline of underhand chop. So Loïc Voisin with a very, very respectable time of 27.73 leads in the underhand chop. He just pushed the whole crew down a notch, so Marcel Steinkemper moves into 2nd place in underhand chop behind Loïc Voisin. In the slow-mos, you can see here, Loïc Voisin with that final blow, just exploding chips out the back of the block there, pleased with that final cut and a good time. Now, this does change things in the overall standings. Let's look at the underhand chop first. Now, Steinkemper, who was up there with the top spot in the underhand chop. Few points are lost, few points are gained. Loïc Voisin gets those 12 points, moves everybody down. So it is Robin Haas now moving down into 2nd place with Loïc Voisin in the top of the ranking in the overall standings, and still heat number 6 to go in the underhand chop. So we'll be keeping a close eye on this last heat to see if Loïc Voisin will in fact stay at the top, or if there will be some changes. Oliver Reinhard from Switzerland coming out first. He'll be on stand A right in front of my position here. And joining him on stage will be Sweden's Emil Hansson. Emil Hansson's been looking good in the latter half of this competition. He had a great single butt. Let's see if he can put together a really solid underhand chop. Personal best, both just over 22 seconds for these gentlemen. If they can get those personal bests or better, we may see some serious changes.
Athletes, ready!
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Synchronized swinging again, but now the guy's getting into the rhythm. Ooh, a big stick by Emil Hansen as he moves quickly over to the other side. We saw him do that earlier on as well with the standing block, and that seems to work to his advantage. Oh my goodness, a great time. Another personal best falls. Emil Hansen with a 20-23. Reinhard right here, almost through it there. He finally gets done in a 28-5-1. So Emil Hansen with the underhand chop first place gets the 12 points. And Oliver Reinhard with third place in this discipline will get 10 points. We'll give you the slow-mos. We'll give you the results from the underhand chop, and then we'll show you what has happened in the overall standings. So looking back at the slow-mos here, big power hits for Emil Hansen to get some big slabs out of that first side here. Moving that axe head quickly. Really, really accurate hits. And after one more hit here, he moves to the other side. Now you can see him on the far side of the screen and Oliver Reinhard right there. And steps down. Got to be careful that you are getting back up before you maneuver that axe for another hit. And Emil Hansen was quickly over to the other side with a great time of 20.06. So he actually wins the results of the underhand chop. And Oliver Reinhard gets 10 points in that heat. Moves into third place in the underhand chop. But because of his points, he has 37 in the overall, just 1 point ahead of Emil Hansen. That means Oliver Reinhard is your winner here for the Six Nations Rookie Cup 2020 with a steady flow of good action from him right to the very end. Oliver Reinhard manages to pull it off with a combined time on the day of 1:15.67. The next closest time is 1:19.40, but Emil Hansen sitting in second place in the overall, and right now Oliver is down there with Marcus for our winner interview.
Oliver, wie knapp war das schlussendlich?
Für mich, ich fand es sehr knapp, vor allem der Underhand. Ich dachte dort,
yeah, so he says it was really close for the underhand.
Ich machte 2-3 Fehlschläge.
A couple
und dachte schon, ja, jetzt
of
kannst du
mistake
kosten.
hits.
Aber in diesem Fall nicht.
Ich habe dich ganz genau beobachtet, man hat von diesem Druck überhaupt nichts gespürt. Du hast ganz, ganz cool gewirkt.
So Marcus
war das nur an der Oberfläche oder hat es Ihnen
like
drinnen
it
gefehlt?
was no pressure at all. Yeah, there was definitely
Das
pressure.
Schweizer Team extrem stark, hat sich ganz toll präsentiert.
Swiss
ich glaube, wir
team
können sehr zufrieden
extremely
sein.
strong.
Ja, sicher, wir haben einen guten Team Spirit.
Yeah, we've got a good team spirit.
Verstehen uns alle ganz gut.
And we understand each other really well.
Eine ganz, ganz spezielle Situation. Wie hat es dir gefallen? Wie
Special
glücklich bist du
situation
jetzt?
here. How do you feel about
Ich
it?
bin riesenglücklich. Ich fand den Event toll. Ich fand
Yeah,
den
we're
Sport
super
toll.
happy
Alles
about
war
being
gut.
able to do it. The event was great.
Gratulation, jetzt wird es Zeit zu feiern.
Merci.
Zwei.
Congratulations and good luck moving forward.
Danke dir.
So some on-the-fly translations there. I hope they were as correct as I could possibly get out there. But a great job by Oliver Reinhard with the third place in the underhand chop. Manages to get the 10 points and comes through as the winner in the overall standings. And just behind him, Emil Hansen and then Loïc Voisin from France. So a really, really good mix of high-level athletics that we're seeing from the rookies. And I mean, all it says is that the STIHL Timbersports family is growing and the STIHL Timbersports family is improving, and there is a lot of talent coming through the ropes. Now, we are going to take a look here at Emil Hansen going up against Loïc Voisin. So here we see a great start. 2 big hits on each side by Emil Hansen, and then he just gets that axe moving quickly. Loïc Voisin aiming for some big hits. He moves over to the other side, and Emil Hansen was quick onto the other side. Loïc Voisin, on the other hand, was a little bit slower coming to the other side, and you can see the difference here. Emil Hansen didn't go as deep on the first side, but he manages to get a quick time. Loïc Voisin, in the comparison here, really had to work a little bit more to finally break through that block. And then you could see the difference in the comparison between the two styles. quick axe head, and a power axe head. So great job by Emil Hansen, and he will take the second place in the overall. Loic Voisin third in the overall, with Oliver Reinhardt, who you just heard from earlier with Marcus, is our winner here at the Six Nations Rookie Cup 2020. So there once more our overall standings. Oliver Reinhardt, and you could see the different points that were received throughout the different disciplines. 6 points in the stock saw was the lowest amount of points that Oliver did get. Emil Hansen, unfortunately, was a DQ, didn't get any points in stock saw. Otherwise, he basically had perfect wins throughout each of the standing block, the single buck and the underhand chop, and perhaps had he had some points there in the stock saw, we would have seen a different result, but that's the way the cookie crumbles, literally in this case. And Loic Voisin, a bit of a weak start, but strong in the standing block chop. Single buck wasn't his strongest discipline, but again, strong in the underhand chop. And there you see our top three guys, 37, 36, and 34 points respectively. And now we're going to head back down to the studio with Marcus.
Well, thank you, Troy. How amazing was this competition? Can you believe it? With Emil Hansen having the DQ in the beginning, right at the first discipline, and then moving his way all the way up, just with missing the gold medal by 1 point. And of course, now it's time to start the winner's ceremony. It's a big pleasure to regard Battle Sebastian on position 12, Edwin Carlsen taking 11th place. In 10, it's Niels Rölli. He had a DQ and 3 personal bests, so great competition from this man as well. Marcel Steinkemper, in the last competition, he was really showing us what he was made of, so this man is a look forward to in the future as well. Michael Perrin from Italy in 8. Maxime Layarige, your favorite name, in 7. On position 6, Lukas Wagesreiter. 5, the other Austrian, Peter Ritsch. In 4, Robin Haas. And number 3, ladies and gentlemen, is about to enter the stage. It is time for the bronze medal. Take a closer look into Studio 6. And here is Loic Voisin, ladies and gentlemen. 34 points and a time of 1:19.40. Claiming the bronze medal here at this fantastic competition, the Six Nations Rookie Cup 2020. Here he is receiving his medal. Of course, everything done under COVID-19 restrictions. Fantastic competition for this young man. As we proceed to the silver medal, here comes from Sweden, Emil Hansen, 36 points. And let's not forget, he had a DQ in the stock saw right in the first competition, and then winning the block chop, the single buck, and the underhand chop. So this definitely is one of the rookies we're going to see in the pros competition very, very soon. Here comes the silver medal. Well done, Emil. Awesome competitor. Claiming silver for Sweden, as we await the champion of the Six Nations Rookie Cup 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, watching this live stream all over the world, put your hands together for Oliver Reinhardt from Switzerland, winning this competition with an overall of 37 points and a total time of 1:15.67. The champion of the Six Nations Rookie Cup 2020. Oliver Reinhardt. Oh, and look at him smile. Here's the national anthem of Switzerland. What a beautiful moment for these three men. Loic Vincent for France claiming bronze, Emil Hansen taking silver for Sweden, and of course Oliver Reinhardt, the champion of the Six Nations Rookie Cup 2020, and the national anthem brought tears to the eyes of this young man. Beautiful stuff. What an exciting competition. And let's not forget, in exactly 2 hours, we're going to have the Four Nations competition, the Four Nations Cup for the pros. And I'm very sure you're not going to miss out on that one. We're going live at exactly Central European time, 7 p.m. Make sure not to miss it. And of course, for now, it's time to say goodbye with the best pictures of the day. Enjoy, and hopefully see you soon at 7 p.m. for the big boys. And winning this competition. A big servus and hello from Bavaria, Germany, to the first international pro competition after the COVID-19 lockdown. We've got a 4 nations competition coming up with France, Switzerland, Sweden and Austria taking part. And our commentary is going to be from one expert. Mr. Troy Manning is in the house. So let's take a look if we can find Troy right at the beginning of this enormous competition. Troy, can you hear me? Can you give me a wave?
I can hear you just fine, Marcus. Hey, everybody. How's it going? Getting ready for the action here at the 4 Nations Cup 2020. And the big men are on the block, getting ready for perhaps a world record. Don't know. We saw it with the Polish Championships in the stock saw. It's perhaps a possibility to happen. As we've seen, anything can happen in these events. So, yeah, we'll see how this one breaks down with some really, really excellent athletes, including a name that I just saw on my list here, Ferry Swan, the 2017 Rookie World Champion. So, should be fun to watch him tonight.
Oh, I'm very sure about that. We already had the Rookies competition this afternoon, and that was tremendous. But you have to truly say, special times need special locations, and obviously we are not outside at the moment. We're in a studio here at the Bavaria Film Campus, and this is Studio 6. This is where the magic is happening. And just to show you what Studio 6 really looks like, take a look at this.
The Nations Cup is a really good competition, so we can meet and compete again. It's been a long while.
C'est une situation nouvelle, mais bon, on est quand même content d'être ici. C'est la même pour tout le monde, mais je suis enthousiaste d'être là.
Ich habe große Erwartungen. Ich freue mich auf einen neuen Wettkampf. Es ist schön, auf europäischer Ebene einen Wettkampf machen zu können, auch in dieser schweren Zeit. Es ist natürlich schwer ohne Zuschauer, das vermisse ich, aber die können ja im Livestream auch noch zuschauen.
Well, the athletes are very happy to be back, and so are we, and I'm getting to feel really, really comfortable in this beautiful studio. It's time to meet the athletes of this 4 Nations Cup, and we're going to start off with an Austrian. It's Josef Leier, 25 years of age, and this is what you need to know about this man. Tall man, age 35 as mentioned, 96 kilos, and a very tall man. A third at the Austrian Championship, and of course the Austrian champion of 2019. You can also see his international merits, and he is definitely one of the Austrian guys to watch today. We've got 11 competitors, not the planned 12 because of one injury takeout from the Austrian team. But of course we move on to our next athlete. He is from Sweden, and it is Johannes Eriksson. Take a look at this big man. 120 kilograms, and look at the determination in his face. He's going to have a great time, and I'm sure we're going to have a fantastic time watching this man compete. Bronze medalist at the Swedish Championship in 2011 and a 4th place at the Swedish Åsa Cup in 2020. Of course, his goal is going to be to claim either bronze, silver or gold this time, because 4th place is always the one you don't want to remember last. From Johannes Eriksson, we're going to move on to a French competitor, Guillaume Moret. I hope I pronounced that correctly. I'm sure that Troy is going to help me with the French names, as he always does, because we both try and do our best to achieve the best pronunciation possible. Silver medalist at the French Championship in 2020. So this man is definitely very, very dangerous in his competing. His qualifications, as you can see, silver medalist at the French Championship in 2020. As mentioned, this automatically gave him the qualification. And today is very important for the French, the Austrian, and of course the Swiss team, because these guys are going to have today as a qualification for the individual World Championship, whereas the Swedish team is going to have one more competition before we go into the World Championship. As we move on to our next competitor from Switzerland, Cyril Pabst, somebody Troy Manning knows very well, 100 kilograms at the age of 45, but look at him. He is still as fit as one can be, and he knows exactly how to play this game. His qualification was a silver medal at the Swiss Championship in 2020, and that alone knows and shows what this man is still capable of doing. That was our fourth contestant of today as we proceed to athlete number 5. Please welcome Alexandre Meurice from France. Let's take a closer look at this young athlete, 32 of age. That's probably the perfect age for a timber sport athlete. Bronze medalist at the French Championship in 2020, and of course silver medalists at the championship in France in 2017 and 2019. So this man truly knows what it feels like to grab a bronze, a silver, or maybe even a gold medal. Our next athlete, also from Switzerland, the second competitor from Switzerland, Pirmin Gnedinger. Here he comes. And look at the face. He's got that certain special thing in his eyes. Silver medalist at the Swiss Championship in 2015 and bronze medalist at the Swiss Championship in 2020, qualifying him for this event today. And one of the men that really enjoys this sport. As we move on to Sweden's Kalle Svadling, and this man certainly is somebody you should always watch. 112 kilograms, age 28. His best results in 2017 being the Swedish champion, and he qualified also with a bronze medal at the Swedish Austria Cup in this year to make it here to Munich. You can also see his international merits, especially the bronze medalist at the European Trophy 2019 is something he will most likely never forget in his career. As we proceed to the next Swiss competitor, Christoph Geisler, a man we all know very well. At the age of 46, he is still a competitor that you really cannot underestimate. Swiss champion of 2020 and a 10 times Swiss champion, always trying to push himself into new dimensions. So Christoph Geisler is one of the hot rods in this competition for sure. But let's not forget the next man from Sweden, Ferry Svan. You already heard it from Troy. He is a world champion in the rookie competition. And of course, at the age of 23, there is so much more that's going to be happening with this man. Swedish champion of 2019 and a second place at the Swedish Austria Cup to qualify for today's competition. Ferry Svan, definitely one of the men to watch, not only here at the Four Nations Cup, but at every event he competes at. As we proceed to Austria's next competitor, here is Armin Kugler. 115 kilograms, 28, 1.96 meters tall. And to tell you the truth, if you stand next to this man, it doesn't feel like under 2 meters. He feels like 2 meters and 20 big. Silver medalist at the Austrian Championship in 2019. Of course, in Austria, no competition in this year so far. So the top 3 of 2019 are here to fight for the Four Nations Cup and to represent their country. And there's only one more athlete missing. He is from France, Pierre Puberet, a man with 105 kilograms at the age of 33. He is at full strength and the French champion of this year. He's a 5 times French champion and somebody you can always count on to make it all the way to the top. So these are our 11 competitors. As we take another look into our studio, this is where the competition is happening, and our judges are hopefully going to arrive soon with the medals for the competition. Let's take a look into Studio 6. yes, here they come. Our judges for today. Let's welcome Bart Jansen as he stands to his timber, followed by Jörg Kurzenberger. He is delivering the medals for today's competition. This is what our 11 athletes are going to be fighting for. So that's our 2 stage judges. There's one more, and that's STIHL Jansen. He's our video judge. We can see him now. STIHL, nice to have you here. Very important person, especially at the state and in some situations. We're very happy to be able to take a closer look at our videos, and everything needs respect. The judges, the athletes. To be honest, in times like these, the whole world needs respect. So take a closer look at this next clip.
We are TIMBERSPORTS.
United by passion for the sport and competition.
We chop down racism.
And say yes to tolerance.
Yes to tolerance.
Say ja till tolerans.
Yes to tolerance.
Yes to tolerance.
是的，理解宽容。
Powiedz tak tolerancji.
Ja zu Toleranz.
We are TIMBERSPORTS.
The athletes are getting ready for tonight's competition. So let's find out what the format looks like. This is it.
In the first round, all athletes compete in 3 disciplines: underhand chop, stock saw, and standing block chop. Their times are converted to points and then used for the overall evaluation. After the first round, the athletes with the lowest points are eliminated. In the second round, the 8 remaining athletes compete for the higher points in the single buck and springboard. Just 6 of the remaining 8 athletes will go on to the final round. In that final round, the athletes tackle the hot saw. More points are awarded here as well, so anything can happen. The STIHL TIMBERSPORTS champion is determined based on the total number of points in all rounds.
11 athletes are going to start into the competition. In round 2, we'll be down to 8. And for the hot saw, only 6 athletes will be remaining. The first discipline of all, well, that's going to be the underhand chop. And we're going to give you an explanation of the discipline and, of course, the tool our athletes are going to be using.
Underhand chop. In the past, the underhand chop technique was used to split logs. Standing on a horizontally anchored block, the athletes cut through a 32-centimeter log. The block has to be worked from both sides. The axes used in timber sports definitely can't be bought at your local hardware store. Made from special steel, the blade is hand-sanded with an angle of 13 to 16 degrees. It's custom-built and carefully adjusted for each competition. The weight is around 3 kilos and it's about 80 centimeters long. The blade is so sharp that you could shave with it.
Oh yeah, the Four Nations Cup is about to begin. I hope you guys are ready. I am definitely ready, and I hope Troy Mannering is just as ready as me, as we're only about to find out about the heats of the first competition. In heat number 1, we will have Josef Leier from Austria all by himself, followed by heat number 2, Johannes Eriksen versus Guillaume Moret. In heat 3, Cyril Pabst and Alexandre Meurice are going to be competing. Then we'll have heat number 4 with Pirmin Gnedinger and Kalle Svadling. In heat 5, Christoph Geisler and Ferry Swan. That's going to be a big one. And in the heat number 6, last but not least, Armin Kugler taking on Pierre Puberet. Best of entertainment is more or less guaranteed. Over to you, Troy. Let's do this.
All right, Marcus, thank you very much. And yeah, I'm looking forward to this one. A few of those names on there we know very well. A few names have not come out of the dust, but have come to be a surprise for us. And we'll talk about these athletes as we bring them out on stage for our first discipline here, the underhand chop. So our first athlete coming out will be from Austria, Josef Laya. Ran into Josef earlier on in the hallway while he was preparing all of the saws and axes and stuff earlier, and he seemed pretty relaxed, pretty easygoing, and ready for the competition here. And as Marcus pointed out earlier, he's a big man, and 191 centimeters tall. Got plenty of reach for that axe to get into that log that's mounted horizontally there. Next up is Johannes Eriksson from Sweden. And Johannes Eriksson is the athlete that is missing, so I've just been informed that this is going to be a solo event here for this particular discipline. And now it's all about Josef trying to get through this block as quickly as possible. The underhand chop is, as you heard earlier, about trying to split logs. And for this particular discipline, his best time is 30.91 seconds. That is quite respectable. Now moving over to the other side, slabbing out some nice big pieces there. I wonder if he is actually going to manage to make the 30 seconds. No, not this time around. Big slab comes out there, steps down really quickly, but back up before making that next hit. Very important to have both feet securely on that block before you swing that axe. Otherwise, it could result in a DQ. And Josef really working that block right now. Big, heavy hits there, and I think maybe 3, 4, 5 more hits should do it. He's gotten through pretty deep on this side already. He's got a pretty hard piece of lumber right there. A few more hits should do it. Putting everything he's got into this last couple of hits. A little hop there on that last one. I can see that block starting to wiggle a little bit, and finally he breaks it apart at 120.64. So judges quickly over to check the final cut through on the block and make sure everything is all good. And we do have a flag on the play, so we're going to take a look back here at the slow-mo. And it appears, from what I'm seeing here on stage, is that a cut has gone into the foothold, which is something that you're not allowed to do here. And you can see it's very, very close to his left foot there in this particular shot. He's a bit too far over, so we do have a confirmed DQ for an illegal cut. So Josef Laya, I don't think, I mean, obviously he would want to have the time, but I don't think he's going to be entirely too upset here, because the time he did have was 1:20 and change, and this is way off of his personal best. So I think he'll be more than happy just to let that one slide. And yeah, unfortunately, the situation is as follows. If you cut into the foothold of the block, it does result in a DQ. It's called an illegal cut. So our next heat, we should have both athletes in the mix, and it will be this time definitely Johannes Eriksson, and following him onto stage will be a Frenchman, Guillaume Moret. And there he is. Guillaume will be moving on over to stand B, and Johannes Eriksson right here in front of my position on stand A.
to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, so our first head-to-head of the evening here between Johannes Eriksson and Guillaume Moret. Johannes Eriksson on the close side here, Guillaume on the far side. Johannes still on the backside of his log. Guillaume has moved over to the front side and is working to get through there as quickly as possible. He's got a very quick axe at the moment. Johannes now moves over to his side, and Guillaume is through in 27:11, a personal best for the Frenchman. Johannes Eriksson now working on the backside of his log, passing the 40-second mark here. Couple more hits should do it. There we go. 45.06. So our first fixed times are set. And barring any disqualifications because of illegal cuts, we should be good to go with setting those 2 times more or less in stone here and getting our first results. And you can see those are the feet of Johannes Eriksson. Swedish team opting for those shoes on the far side. Guillaume Moret with just a really quick axe, and those final couple of blows on the backside of his block really were effective, slabbing out some nice big pieces. Yeah, very, very nice hits from Guillaume. And there, the final cut and a thumbs up from the Frenchman, who holds down the top spot and 12 points for the moment in the underhand chop with a time of 27. That is a personal best for him, as you see, and currently the time to beat in underhand chop. So next out will be Cyril Papst from Switzerland, 45 years young, and a man with some pedigree in timber sports. And coming out, Alexandre Maurice from France. 32 years old, 21st at the French Open in 2008. His underhand chop is a very respectable 27-22.
Athletes, ready. Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right. Great start for Cyril Papst. Gets a couple of big slabs out of there. And again, the French using that Australian style of a fast axe head. Really frequent hits on the block. Lots of power in there, too, from Alexandre Maurice. Looking very good, and he might have a very good time here today. Cyril Papst and Alexandre Maurice, just passing the 26-second mark here. And 30.06 for Maurice. And a 33.84 for Papst. 2 very close heats right there. Nicely done for both of them, sitting second and third place. Guillaume Moret still with a 27 at the top of the leaderboard in underhand chop, but fellow Frenchman Alexandre Maurice is sitting in second place and Cyril Papst in third. And you can see big slabs here for Cyril Maurice coming off of that block. Lots of power. And the frequency of the hits from Alexandre Maurice as he switches over quickly to the other side. Great balance there as well. So necessary in this discipline. A quick catch by his axe 2 times. On that second time, he really had to fight to get it out. Otherwise, I think we might have seen maybe a second and a half faster time from Alexandre Maurice, which could have made a big difference. So there we see Guillaume Moret, Alexandre Maurice 1 and 2, and Cyril Papst in third place in the underhand chop. And that's the way it sits in the overall standings as well, as this is our first discipline. Our next athlete coming out from Switzerland, Pirmin Gnadinger. And another big man, Kalle Svadling from Sweden. He will have stand B. This is a discipline where Kalle Svadling is very good. 21.33 is his personal best in the underhand chop, whereas Pirmin Gnadinger has a personal best of 26.59. That being said, we have seen personal bests fall here, and we have also seen world records fall during the competitions here in the Bavaria Filmstadt. So anything can happen. Here we go.
Timber.
Heat number 4.
3, 2, 1, go!
And right away, Kalle Svadling getting that quick axe to work for him, as well as Pirmin Gnadinger keeping pace with the Swede. Gets a little bit stuck there, Svadling, he does, but a quick hop to the other side by Svadling. And that is a ballsy move right there, to do a hop twist on that block with an axe in your hand. I tell you, that tells you all about the motivation. Gnadinger, meanwhile, he's doing a great job on his second side as well. Svadling threw in a 30.88. Gnadinger struggling a little bit to get that axe out, as he gets it caught a couple of times, and he is now passing the 40-second mark, and he just gets through at 42.48. So Kalle Svadling moves into third place with that time of 30.88, just 4.87 seconds off the fast time of Guillaume Moret. And Pirmin Gnadinger is sitting in fifth place, just ahead of Johannes Eriksson with a time of 42.31 adjusted. And here you could see those quick axes, and then watch the hop around to the other side from Kalle Svadling. It is definitely one of those moves that generally isn't done very often, because it's risky hopping on a small space like that, but you can tell the big man has plenty of balance and lots of confidence to go with it. So the Mona Lisa grin from Kalle Svadling, as he's going to be happy sitting in third place at the moment. And he'll take those 10 points. But we do have 2 more heats. And in this next heat, interesting matchup. Young versus old. Experience versus, well, experience in this case is safe to say. Christoph Geisler will be going up against Ferry Swan. So Christoph Geisler from Switzerland coming out onto the stage right now. He was actually second in the individual world championships back in 2015 in Poland, and he's always been among the top 10 in the individual world championships since then. And even prior to that, 2012, 14, 15, 16, 18, 19, always solid in those individual world championships. Ferry Swan, meanwhile, 2017's rookie world champion, and last year, 7th in the individual world championship. So a man on the climb. Keep an eye out for Ferry's quick axe. And Christoph Geisler, his experience just plays a huge role here.
Timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
And Christoph Geisler, he's got a quick axe today as well. He's going to be making Ferry Swan work for everything. Ferry taking short, quick hits, as is Geisler. Ferry Swan over to the other side, just uses the axe to stabilize himself there. Lucky he didn't fall off mid-swing. That would have been problematic for the young man from Sweden. Christoph Geisler, Ferry Swan. Boy, this is a great head-to-head battle. Geisler's going to get it in 24.59. Ferry Swan in 25.04. Great heat, 2 fastest times of the day. Fantastic battle. So Christoph Geisler just 45 hundredths of a second ahead of Ferry Swan. And those two gentlemen, wait a minute now. There's been an adjustment in the time. Only 35 hundredths of a second ahead is Christoph Geisler in front of Ferry Swan. So Christoph Geisler at the moment top of the ranking with first place in the underhand chop. Ferry Swan right behind him in second place with one more heat to go. Boy, that was an exciting one. Quick axe heads, fast movements, a quick save by Ferry Swan as he got a little bit off balance. Pretty much had all the elements of a really exciting head-to-head battle. I actually expected that Christoph Geisler would be using more big power hits and more accurate shots, but he has stepped up his game, increasing the speed that he is swinging that axe with, and it shows right there that he is ready and willing to bring it to take a win here today. And that is the question. Will he be able to hold on to that energy and that gumption through this entire Four Nations Cup? All right, coming up next, Armin Kugler from Austria. He'll have stand A right down in front of my position here. European Trophy 2019 in Belgium. He was second. The European Trophy 2018 in Poland the year before. He was also second. He is one of the most consistent timber sports athletes out there. Meanwhile, Pierre Pouet-Barré comes out onto the stage, and well, what can be said about this guy? He has been challenging for the top of the mountain for a long time. Individual World Championship qualification in Norway in 2017. He won it, so he definitely has the skills to pay the bills. Let's see if these guys can put on an exciting show like the two ahead of them.
Athletes, ready? Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Armin Kugler getting at it right away with that quick axe. Pierre Pouet-Barré, now he's picked up the pace and he's found his rhythm as well. They're syncing in with each other on a couple of those hits. Pouet-Barré moving to the other side. Armin Kugler right behind him now. Big slabs coming off. A couple of very strong guys. Pouet-Barré gets his axe caught. That gives Kugler a chance to maybe catch up. And it's going to be close again. Another exciting battle, but it's going to be Armin Kugler with 27-12 and Pouet-Barré with a 27-84. Oh, I can barely hold my breath here. These two guys going fast and furious, and they are sitting in 4th and 5th places now, selectively behind Guillaume Moret. Wow, that was a good battle too. Some nice, fast, quick hits there for both of them. Let's take a look back at the highlights in slow-mo. First few hits from Pierre Pouet-Barré on the far side in blue and Armin Kugler. Big slabs coming off there. No personal bests happening on either of these, but man, it was an exciting battle between these two veterans in the sport. And look at the precision of the hits there. Nice switch, and that's the kind of switch we're used to seeing. Nobody's hopping around on the log like a big blue and yellow frog. And there we see the final blow from Armin Kugler, taking that one down just ahead of Pierre Pouet-Barré. Now they've just done an adjustment of the time, and Armin Kugler in fact moves into 3rd place with a final time of 26:52 there. Pierre Pouet-Barré will maintain 5th place just behind Guillaume Moret. So at the moment, there you see in the overall standings, it's exactly same as the results for underhand because it is the first discipline. Christoph Geisler with a distinct advantage going into the next round, and that is going, or the next discipline, and that's going to be the stock saw.
Well, can you believe it? 46-year-old Christoph Geisler taking the lead after this first discipline. Troy, that was absolutely amazing. And we're going to take a closer look with the split screen of that decisive heat with Geisler versus Swan. Here we have it.
Yeah, Christoph Geisler, I mean, I was really surprised by how quickly he got that axe moving. I was expecting the accuracy that we're used to seeing with him, but he kept up with the younger Ferry Swan, and you could see each hit is more or less timed just the same speed as Ferry Swan. So that tells me a lot about where Christoph Geisler is at with his fitness level and with the training that he has had in the offseason. And we know that Ferry Swan is a skilled athlete, no doubt about it, and boy, how close was that? 2 breaks, really right on top of each other.
Yeah, and the speed of Geisler at the end. He was, he was getting into that next gear in the last 5 to 10 seconds. I thought it was very impressive.
Yeah, it was fantastic. It was a fun one to watch for sure, and that's probably my favorite heat so far of the events we've seen today.
Also, the Kalle Swadling hop, I enjoyed that one as well. Not
Absolutely.
So bad.
I don't know if I could pull that off, to be honest with you. I mean, we're a couple of guys in the same weight class, and if I did that, I'd probably break my ankle.
Well, we should give it a try, but at the moment we have to move on to the next competition, that's stock saw. And just to remind you what stock saw is all about, and of course the tool that's used, take a look at this.
Stock saw. After the starting shot, the contestants have to cut 2 wooden discs, so-called cookies, within a 10-centimeter mark, 1 downward and 1 upward. The attempt is only valid when both discs have been cut off completely and within the marks. The STIHL MS661CM stock saw is used in STIHL Timbersports as the ultimate test of operator skill. Designed for the toughest jobs in forestry, it produces approximately 7.3 horsepower, has a displacement of 91.1 cc, and weighs 7.4 kilograms. To ensure evenly and fairly matched saws, professional steel technicians prepare and test the saws before each competition.
We are getting ready to rock and roll. Here is the start list for our next discipline. With Heat 1, you're going to see Josef Leier and Pirmin Gnedinger. In Heat 2, it will be Cyril Pabst all by himself. Heat 3, Ferry Swan taking on Armin Kugler. In Heat 4, Kalle Swadling against Pierre Puberet. Heat 5, Johannes Eriksson taking on Guillaume Moret. And in Heat number 6, Christoph Geisler, the current leader, against Alexandre Meurice. Troy Mannering, are you ready to rock and roll?
Oh, yeah, I'm ready to go. I feel bad for the guys that have to manage through these first 3 heats or these first 3 disciplines all by themselves because of one missing athlete. So it started off with Josef Leier being alone out there for the underhand. Now we are seeing Cyril Pabst by himself. But Josef Leier gets to go up against somebody this time, so he'll be out there. Now coming on to stand A for the stock saw, and he'll be going up against Pirmin Gnedinger. And here comes the Swiss man, Pirmin Gnedinger now. Now, 3 weeks ago in stock saw, we saw a world record fall in the Polish Championships. Marcin Dzikowski pulled out a 9.51. Keep a close eye on that time, folks. If anybody can beat 9.51, we will have a new world record here today, but that is going to be a difficult task.
Athletes, ready. Warm up your song.
Alrighty then, saws are running. Here we go. Stock saw, heat number 1.
Ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go.
Nice even start. Thin to win here over with Josef Leier. He's got a good start. But Gnedinger coming hard in on the upstroke. And Gnedinger's got an 11.69 with Josef Leier a 12.41. Both pretty nice times to start the competition off here in the second discipline. Josef Leier, there you can see, gets a really nice thin disc to start. Now, the reason why thin is so much better is because there's not as much wood on the outside to have to fight against the blades of the saw. And there, a really nice transition from downstroke to upstroke by Pierman Gnadinger, and he was just a little bit faster on the upstroke with a nice clean cut, and a time of 11:66 puts him at the top of the leaderboard in stock saw. And then when we take a look at our overall standings, you'll see how this starts to change things a little bit as the points get shifted around. Now Gnadinger, because of his 16 points overall, is currently in the lead with Josef Leier sitting in third place. These, of course, will change as more results come in. And next up is our lonely Cyril Pabst, alone out there fighting against the time. And as I said, with Josef Leier in the underhand chop, it's tough to do this when you're heading out there by yourself. You just have to focus on the time and do the best thing you know how to do. All right, Cyril Pabst positioning his saw. You see that mat that's underneath there. We mentioned this during the junior competition earlier on. This is a relatively new development for the competitions because these saws stay running on the ground while the athletes have their hands on the wood before the start. And that prevents the saws from hopping around and changing position to somewhere where the athlete's not used to it being with the practice they do to get their hands on the saw as quickly as possible. So here we go.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
A little bit of a wobble on that first cut, but he found the line finally, nice and thin. Got to be careful that he doesn't break outside of that disc. It needs to be a complete cookie, and both cuts need to be within the 10-centimeter line. And from my perspective here, both of those cuts do look good. That first disc was very, very thin, and that is just the way you like it. Thin to win. He's got the thumbs up from Jörg Kutzenberger. So that means the cuts are good, and Cyril Pabst with a time of 11:06, a personal best for him, moves into the lead in the stock saw discipline. And there you can see how thin that cookie is. Really, really nice. It's very important to keep a steady and stable pressure on the saw. If you don't have enough, you're not going to be cutting quickly. If you have too much, you could risk stalling the saw and stopping the blades from turning, which means that you get into a bit of a problem with continuing your cut. It kills your time. You got to restart everything. It's just about a bunch of proper amounts of balance and pressure, and it's not just all about being a Cro-Magnon and hammering that saw into the block. All right, so setting up our next heat here, heat number 3, and this time we'll see Ferry Swan up against Armin Kugler. And here comes the young gun from Sweden. Normally we would see his mom out there and taking video of all of his action and updating him on all that's going on and trying to help him become the best athlete he can be, but unfortunately under the circumstances that's not allowed. No audience. Armin Kugler now out there. When it comes to competition, he is all business, but one of the most friendly guys away from the competition stage. So Ferry Swan and Armin Kugler will get their saws warmed up and ready to go for heat number 3 in stock saw. Remember, these saws have had nothing extraordinary done to them. The blades haven't been changed. The motors have not been enhanced whatsoever. This is the same saw that you can buy off the shelf at your local dealership.
3, 2, 1, go!
Wow, really nice start from Ferry Swan and from Armin Kugler. Ferry has finished on his first disc. Nice clean upstroke, and it looks like he's going to have a good time here with 11:19. Armin Kugler. The time didn't stop for him. There we go, finally at 12:18 for Armin Kugler. There'll be a correction on that for sure, but Ferry Swan, good solid time for him. And when the corrections come through, Ferry Swan has actually got 11 even. That's a personal best for the Swede, and he moves into first place. And there we see the start cut for Armin Kugler. locks it into place. And everybody has their own style. And yeah, nice no bottom swing at all for either of these guys as they set up on their upstroke. But Ferry Swan, wow, just perfect. That second cut was beautiful. Look how nice that disc is. So Ferry Swan with an adjusted time of 11 seconds is just ahead of Cyril Papst in second place and Pirmin Gnedinger, who sits in third place. So Ferry Swan at the moment out in front, and that puts him up in the top of the overall standings as well. But Armin Kugler, even though he got fourth place in that stock saw, that gives him second place in the overall standings. So he is in the mix for the moment. But remember, there's 3 disciplines in round 1 before we eliminate. In this case, it'll be 3 athletes and take 8 athletes into round 2. So you need to be among the top 8. And once again, big props go out to our stage crew here. They get out there, they do a fantastic job of preparing the stage, cleaning all the sawdust away, getting all of the little bits and bobs off of that stage, because it's very important that the athletes, when they come out, they have the proper grip for their feet, especially when dealing with the kind of equipment and instruments that they are dealing with. You don't want to have a slip up and fall down and have an unfortunate accident here because the stage isn't cleaned properly, and that's what we have to give big props out to our stage crew. It is just like a Formula One crew switching the wheels of a car, putting gas in. In this case, it's getting it completely ready for our athletes. So, heat number 4 coming up with another Swede, Kalle Swadling. This is a discipline that is fun for him. He likes this one. For him, the stock saw 10.87 is his best time. Christoph Geisler, Pierre Puy-Barret is coming out on this one. Pierre Puy-Barret, also very strong in this discipline. And it's anybody's guess who's going to win between these two guys. It's just about maybe a bit of luck in this case. You know, they're very evenly matched up.
Warm up your song.
Athletes ready. Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, good start by Swadling. He was very fast on the pickup. Pierre Puy-Barret, though, yeah, look at that. He's caught up to him quite well. Swadling, oh, yeah, Pierre Puy-Barret does an 11:27. Swadling an 11:59. Couple of quick saws there. Both discs appear to be good for both gentlemen, so barring anything unforeseen that we see, we got thumbs up from both of our judges. That means those times will be fixed. As we take a look how quick Kalle Swadling got up there. He was very, very fast, but he took a thick cookie with a bit of an angle, and that's where you need to be careful on the upstroke because you don't want to get over that line. If you cut through that line, it's a disqualification, but he did a great job to have a thin second cookie, which is really difficult. But it was Pierre Puy-Barret a little bit faster with a time of 11:15. And let me just point something out here. Look at the differences between the times from first to 5th place. Only 66 hundredths of a second separates the first 5 positions. That is insane. So in the overall standings, Pierre Puy-Barret now moves into second place. Ferry Swan with 23 points. Still holding on to the top spot, but it's tentative at this point. Armin Kugler gets pushed down to third place with 17, only 1 behind Puy-Barret. And Christoph Papst is sitting in, or Cyril Papst, excuse me, is sitting in fourth place with 16 points. So there's only 1 point that separates 2nd and 5th. All right, heat number 5 of 6 getting ready to come out onto the stage, and we have Johannes Eriksson. He'll be on stand A. And then Guillaume Marais. Joining him on stage, we'll be moving over to stand B.
Warm up your song.
Intense focus from Johannes Eriksson. Guillaume Marais just wants to get that saw on the ground and his hands on the wood and get ready for this. Here we go.
Ready?
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, good start from both of these guys. It looks like it's going to be Eriksson with a slight advantage. Oh, he's got a big advantage as he comes up through the top with 11:21. And Guillaume with a 12:92. That's 4th and 9th places respectively for these two gentlemen. Lines seem intact. Cookies are complete. No flags on the play. Thumbs up from the judges. So that means stock saw is done and dusted. Let's take a look back here. Really nice start there from Guillaume Marais. Excuse me, it's not done and dusted. There's one more heat to go. I think that maybe Guillaume had a little bit too much pressure on his saw, though, and the chain was struggling a little bit, whereas Johannes Eriksson just seemed to have the right amount of pressure and the right angle, and on that upswing was looking real good for him. And you can see there he's got maybe 3 centimeters to the line, so he was safe. Good job by Johannes Eriksson, and he moves into 2nd place behind Ferry Svan with an 11:04, just ahead of Cyril Paps in 3rd place with an 11:06. And then looking at the overall, some switching around again. Svan, Puy, Barre, Kugler, 1, 2, 3, Paps, Svadling, and Eriksson 4, 5, 6, excuse me, and Marais and Geisler. But Geisler and Maurice have yet to compete, so that will change things as well, as Christoph Geisler will be coming up against Alexandre Maurice in the next heat. And then that will be our last heat in stock saw. So we saw an impressive underhand chop from Christoph Geisler, who has obviously been training to stay fit. And coming up to join him on stage will be Alexandre Maurice. Stand B for him. Completely focused on the task at hand. Last minute checks and last minute movements of the saws before the warm-up phase.
Let's see. Ready?
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
A little bobble by Christoph Geisler getting his hand on that saw. Maurice with a slight lead as they drop the first cookie in sync with each other. A big, thick brick of a block going to come down for Christoph Geisler, who will take it in 11:33. 5th place in stock saw. Oh, but we have a flag on the play in stand A. So we're going to have a close look at these cookies, and we're also going to have a look at the line. And if there is a cut line, then Christoph Geisler will be disqualified. They're going to go back over and look at the replay camera. It could be a false start, but everything is up in the air right now for Christoph Geisler as his stand is under review. And the tension mounts for Christoph Geisler because he could theoretically take over the top spot here if his cuts are good and if everything was okay with even 7 points. His time is at the moment 11:33, but what we're checking is the timing by the looks of it from when his hands leave the wood at the start and whether it was a false start or not. So in competition control as well as on the sidelines, our judges are taking a very, very close look at this to make sure that everything is fair. I can't really discern from the nods of the heads and everything if it's all good, but we'll wait. We got a thumbs up, and they were just discussing really quickly there about the position of his hands on the line. We saw this earlier with the rookies. We had a disqualification because of hands in the wrong position, but Christoph Geisler is a veteran, so he knows exactly where to put his hands so that he can get the fair start and a quick move. And there you see he got into position and on that saw quickly. He had a great time, so that means that he'll get 8 points from this heat, with Alexander Maurice taking 5, sitting down there in 8th place. So Alexander Maurice is on the bubble here. Let's see where he stands in the overall when we see the stock saw results and the overall results. So stock saw, Ferry Swan still on top there with Christoph Geisler getting 5th place here. That means 8 points for him. So when we take a look at the overall standings, that means Christoph Geisler will have moved into 2nd place. There we go. And ooh, look at that. Alexander Maurice is now sitting in 8th place. He is on the bubble with one more discipline in round 1 to go, and that is the standing block chop.
Troy, are you kidding me? We've had 2 personal bests and the first 9 athletes within only 1 second.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
It's unbelievable, but that tells you all you need to know about the skill level of these guys. I mean, there's not much that separates them, and sometimes it's just a matter of luck and a little bit of wind.
It's just small details, you know. Unbelievable. Well, we're going to take a closer look at the 2 fastest, Ferry Swan and Johannes Eriksson, in the split screen. So
surprise, surprise, a couple of Swedes here. Ferry Swan, you could see he didn't have much of a swing on the transition, and neither did Johannes Eriksson. And I mean, boy, those guys, it looks like they train together maybe. I don't know. It's amazing.
It's absolutely crazy. And Troy, I know you've noticed some of these beautiful pictures here in my studio.
Yep.
Well, they show the history of the first extreme sports, and I reckon everyone should know a bit more about the history of STIHL Timbersports. So take a look at this.
Expert woodsman who can cut down a tree more easily than most people can chop one up. When it really comes to tackling large lumps, you can't beat the men of the forestry companies.
An axeman's gathering. This is Thomas losing the most to get to it.
Oh, wow, that gives me goosebumps. Honestly, how beautiful was that, Troy? Just seeing a bit of the history. And
Awesome, awesome. And I'm happy to have been at least a little bit a part of it. So exciting, some of these matches, and we've seen a couple of exciting matches already. I really like that one between Ferry Swan and Christoph Geisler. I mean, that was a thriller.
What about the wood, Troy? How important is the quality of the wood?
Well, I'd say the wood is probably one of the most important aspects, and we mentioned this earlier on, but a lot of people might not understand what this wood is all about. Now, this isn't just wood that gets chopped down from some random forest somewhere. It's specifically grown and designed for these events here.
And I can tell you all about it. Well, not me, but this tip can. Take a closer look and enjoy.
TIMBERSPORTS uses wood as a natural product. It is therefore especially important to maintain fair competition conditions and that the wood is sustainably grown.
Hi, my name's Spike Milton, Global Sports Director for STIHL TIMBERSPORTS. Together with Head of Wood, Mr. Bart Jensen, we have a wealth of knowledge and experience with long-term wood management.
We have different partners for finding the good wood, and here we are on one of the plantations of our partner this year.
One of the biggest challenges that I actually have as part of my role is to work with our wood suppliers. There are some beautiful young trees. These young trees are the future. For us, we have to find consistent and fair wood.
The international TIMBERSPORTS competitions mainly use fast-growing poplar wood from certified plantations, as well as white pine.
After all our STIHL TIMBERSPORTS competitions, the spent wood is collected and recycled. A great example of this is wood pellets for biomass to be used for green energy.
Well, this is not just passion, this is science. I think that's awesome. I really enjoy that. But what about the bracket? Let's take a closer look at the bracket of the competition. We've got the overall in just a few seconds. Look at that, going up and down, moving all around, and of course Ferry Swan right on top at this very moment, followed by Christoph Geisler and Monsieur Puberet in bronze medal position for the very moment. As we proceed to our next discipline, and that will be the standing block chop. Take a closer look at this to know everything about the discipline and, of course, the tool.
Standing block chop. At the standing block chop, the felling of a tree with an axe is simulated. A vertically positioned wooden block with a diameter of 30 centimeters has to be cut through both sides. A powerful and precise swing with the axe is the premise of a good result.
Oh yeah, I really and truly enjoy the standing block chop, not because I can do it very well myself, but I love watching it. And we've got, of course, 6 heats coming up for you, ladies and gentlemen. Heat number 1 will be Guillaume Moret taking on Johannes Eriksson. Then I'm afraid to say Josef Leier has to go all by himself again. In Heat 3, it will be Pirmin Gnedinger against Alexandre Meurice. In Heat 4, Kalle Swadling taking on Cyril Pabst. That's going to be a big one. Heat 5, Armin Kugler, Ferry Swan. Ooh, looking forward to that as well. And in Heat number 6, Pierre Puberet and Christoph Geisler. A lot to look forward to, Troy, and it's back to you right into action in Studio 6 here at Bavaria Campus.
Thank you very much, Marcus. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one as well. And I mean, among the different disciplines here, this one is really a discipline of positioning and power. And I mean, you know, so many things play a role here. First athlete coming out, Guillaume Moret, right in front of my position here, and getting his axes ready. Now you'll see he'll have 2 axes with him as Johannes Eriksson will come out and move over to stand B. Both athletes are allowed to bring 2 axes with, and some of them will have a gel or a spray with to lube up the head of the axe so that for those first couple of hits it doesn't get stuck in the wood so easily, because these guys have such an incredibly sharp tool in their hands, and the amount of power that they're able to transmit down that 80 centimeter long shaft into the wood is pretty incredible. And we'll get started here with our first heat in standing block chop.
Athletes, ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, Guillaume Moret, Johannes Eriksson. Johannes Eriksson in the yellow and blue, Guillaume Moret blue with red accents. And Guillaume Moret moving over to the other side of his block already. He is attacking this with speed and accuracy. A little hop by his axe there as he gets working on the backside of that block. Boy, he's looking very good. Johannes Eriksson on the other side, still on the front side of his, and now finally moves over to the backside, and it is a personal best for Guillaume Moret with a 27.74, taking down the top time of the standing block chop now. Johannes Eriksson still getting that axe caught in there on a couple of occasions, and that really bleeds the energy from your arms to try and get that axe back out. Take another swing. You have to have the endurance here, but you also have to have a really good angle of impact. Otherwise, you're going to get that axe stuck every single time, and that's what's happening with Johannes Eriksson here. He's trying to get that haymaker, that final blow to drop that block off, and he finally does it in a time of 58.65. And we have a runaway block that's heading off to the side of the arena here. He hit that thing that hard as the last blow, and it just had a mind of its own as it rolled out of sight here. We'll take a look back at the slow-mo right now. We are with Guillaume Moret, and you can see just the angle of his axe, getting some nice clean hits in there, and getting his axe back out and ready for the next swing. Quick to the other side, whereas Johannes Eriksson was still unhappy with the depth that he got in the cuts on the first side. When he finally did get to the other side, it just took him a long time to get through there because his axe kept sticking. Now, if you noticed when he came out, didn't put any lube or any kind of spray on his axe, whereas Guillaume Moret did spray his axe prior to getting going with the discipline. And, you know, that's not always the end-all, be-all, but it could have made a difference for Johannes Eriksson to have a little bit of lube on there. So, personal best for Guillaume Moret, and Johannes Eriksson 30 seconds off pace in second place for the moment. So Johannes Eriksson, even with that relatively slow time in the standing block, moves into first place, just ahead of Guillaume Moret with his 11 points. All right, next up will be poor Josef Laya, again coming out onto the stage. He'll be alone as he was in the underhand chop, and this time he'll be alone for the standing block chop. Be curious to know how he manages here. A 28.36 is his personal best. And that is not that far off of Guillaume Moret at the moment. So let's see if he can make some improvement. A couple of practice swings there to make sure that his positioning is just right.
Ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right on the line. Slabs out a nice one to start things off. 2 hits on the bottom there. And making it 3 and getting a couple more on top to get some big slabs coming out. And Josef Laya really taking it to the front side of this block. We should see him switch to the other side fairly quickly here if he can get this one big chunk out. Really accurate hits here. I like the way that he is going at this. He's got a nice deep pocket on the front side there. Now he is going to work on the back side. And because he went deeper on the front side, he won't have as much to do on the back side. 38 seconds has passed now. He's well past his personal best, and let's just see if he can get it done in under a minute. I see that block starting to wobble on the top. One more hit should do it here, and there it goes. 53.61. Second place in standing block chop for Josef Laya. You could see how accurate his hits are there. Right into the same line each time. A little stick there on that shot. It's just always so impressive to me that These guys have such incredible control over these 3-kilogram heavy axes, and then having to swing them for upwards of a minute in order to get the job done. I mean, that is just tiring watching it. There you can see that top block starting to wiggle a little bit, and here's where it just let go with the final thread and the final blow to take it off the top. You can see he's just putting everything into those last couple of hits. Super slow-mo camera, fantastic, with all that wood flying everywhere. And there we see another anticipation shot, thinking that maybe it was going to go down earlier than it did. And then finally, that last blow knocks it off. So Josef Laier in second place, all by himself out there on that heat, which I guess we can't really call a heat, could we? Maybe we can? Okay, why not? So our next heat coming up as we take a look at the overall standings there. Josef Laier in 7th place, really on the bubble there. Still 3 more heats to go, so we'll see how it all boils down for him. Pirmin Gnadinger from Switzerland stepping out on the stage now. As I said earlier, the athletes are allowed to bring 2 axes on stage, and one is a backup, just in the off chance that something occurs with their primary axe. And Pirmin Gnadinger mentioning something's up with his block of wood. Meanwhile, Alexander Maurice sets up on his side on stand B. And Pirmin Gnadinger with a little bit of chalk on his hands there. Make sure that that axe slips nice and easy through his hands with the different moves each time they take a swing here.
Ready. Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Bang on time with each other for those first hits. Maurice starting to get a little bit faster. Big slaps coming out for Gnadinger as he is just throwing power at this thing. Maurice moves to the other side now. Alexander Maurice working on the backside of his block. 17 seconds has passed for both gentlemen. Gnadinger now moving over to the backside of his. Maurice taking quick hits at this block now, and he should get this down quickly. Yes, a time of 26:34. First place in the standing block chop for Alexander Maurice. And Pirmin Gnadinger still working on the backside of his. He is just passing the 38-second now. 39:45 for him. That puts him in 3rd place in standing block. And good points for him at this point. But Alexander Maurice with 26:34. That is just a 1.15 seconds faster than Guillaume, his countrymate. So he is in the top spot for the moment. And you could see Maurice was just working that axe quickly. A couple of times he got stuck. He had to peel out some slabs there. But then when he finally got that axe working clean, he was quick. The standing block chop world record, by the way, is held by Matt Kogar. He managed to get that in 2018, and the time for him then was 11.03 seconds. So you could see very fast, very good wood on that day. And strangely enough, Alexander Maurice looked a little bit disappointed with his run there. Not a personal best for him, but still a great time. And currently in the lead of the standing block chop, and that puts him in the lead in the overall standings as well. Ferry Swan in 2nd, and Guillaume Moret sitting in 3rd. Okay, coming out on the stage now, Sweden's Kalle Swadling. Next up with him, Cyril Pabst from Switzerland. Kalle Swadling on stand A, Cyril Pabst on stand B.
Athletes, ready.
Stand
here we go,
to
heat
your
number
timber.
4 in standing block
3,
chop.
2, 1, go.
Kalle Swadling, 3 big hits so far, slabbing out finally, and there the same thing happens for Cyril Pabst, looking very good on his side. Both of these guys putting everything into it. Kalle Swadling now moving over to the other side, or excuse me, Cyril Pabst moving to the other side. Kalle Swadling still hammering away now. Finally, Kalle moves to the backside of his block. Cyril Pabst definitely with the advantage here as he is slapping out some nice pieces off the backside of his block. Kalle Swadling is a powerful hitter, though. Can he catch up? One more hit for Cyril Pabst should do it there. It goes down at 32.85. Kalle Swadling at 36.66, not that far behind. Good times, good times, good times. Nobody yet coming really close to Alexander Maurice with a 26.26 adjusted time. Cyril Pabst now in 3rd place in the standing block chop with Kalle Swadling right behind him with a time of 36.46. You can see Kalle Swadling, that's the front side of his block, just really putting every ounce of his hips into the twist and getting as much power out of it as he can. Cyril Pabst also gritting for every hit, and he really worked hard for the time there as well. Nice big slab right there. You could see pushing off of that back leg, twisting the hips, using the core strength to move that axe as quickly. And in the background, Cyril Pabst with this final blow. Ooh, one more to go after that, excuse me, to drop that block off, and not too far behind was Kalle Swadling. 32.46 for Cyril Pabst and 36.46 for Kalle Swadling. And again, it's one of those situations where you see the block wiggling and you think that one last hit's going to do it, and then you got to set up and do one more. And you can see how much effort goes into that as these guys are out of breath by the time they hit it. So Cyril Pabst, Kalle Swadling in 3rd and 4th place after the adjusted times. And we're looking at the overall. Cyril Pabst moves into the lead with Kalle Swadling dropping into 5th place. So there we go, some changes going on already. And we are moving now to heat number 5 with Armin Kugler and Ferry Swan. So the Austrian Armin Kugler coming out onto the stage. He'll have stand A. This is a discipline where Armin is very strong. But we've seen Ferry Swan, the rookie world champion and 7th in the individual world championship, in 2019, is no slouch either. But Armin Kugler, personal best for him, 20.66. And a 21.15 for Ferry Swan. Can Ferry Swan pick up the pace tonight? Or will Armin Kugler maintain his dominance in this particular discipline?
Athletes, ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go.
Ferry Swan getting into it quickly with those fast axe hits again. Armin Kugler right there with him, though, and Armin moving around to the other side very quickly, breathing this one through. Oh, Ferry Swan now moves over to the other side. This could be a very close heat between these two, but Armin Kugler looks like he is in the dominating position for the moment. Ferry Swan looks like he has a good piece of wood on the far side, though. And Armin Kugler drops it in 24.56, and Ferry Swan in 25.97. And again, not that much distance between the two times. And we're just getting thumbs up from our stage judges there, so all the cuts look good for these two gentlemen. But Armin Kugler with that 24.56 has just moved into the top spot, and with the adjusted times now, I'm looking at a 24.37, and Ferry Swan with a 25.70 in second place in standing block chop. And you can see Armin Kugler, such a technician with that axe, hey, every time just so accurately hitting that block. Watch the hits on the backside, and here Ferry Swan, similar thing, deep into the legs for those hits as he comes over to the backside. He was late getting over to the backside compared to Armin Kugler, but Kugler was just, yeah, technically sound. Each of those hits was really well placed, and you can see here, one more blow, and that drops the block off the top in a time of 24.37. And a couple more here for Ferry Swan to do it in 25.70. Pretty close between these two gentlemen. So Armin Kugler moves to the top of the standing block chop. Ferry Swan in second place, pushing everybody down. Those two guys were so close together. And that means in the overall standings, Ferry Swan moves to the top of the leaderboard. Armin Kugler right behind him, and Cyril Pabst sitting in third place. So it's looking very good. One more heat to go in standing block chop, and round one will be done. Will Pierre Puy-Barré be able to take over the top spot, or will Christoph Geisler be able to dominate in a discipline that he is very strong at? All right, Pierre Puy-Barré coming onto the stage now. I don't know if I could ask for any more evenly matched heat here between these two guys. And there we see the Granddaddy Caddy, Christoph Geisler, coming onto the stage. "46 years old. He's been around this sport for a long, long time. Standing block chop, 17.44 is his personal best. And it was at one point a world record.
Athletes, ready.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go.
And Christoph Geisler with two good hits, but he got his axe caught in there and had to twist it out on that one big slab. Pierre Puy-Barré on the backside here looking very good as he's throwing wood all over the place. Moves over to the backside of his block now as Christoph Geisler finally gets around to his side just a couple of seconds later. A few hits into this, and these guys are already looking good for their time. They need to beat 24.37. That's not happening for either of them, so Armin Kugler will have the fastest time of the day here as Pierre Puy-Barré drops his block at 29.64, and Christoph Geisler follows a couple of seconds later at 32.58. So that's 5th and 7th places respectively for these two gentlemen. Now, we talked about the competition wood earlier on and how much work goes into choosing the wood and making sure that it's the right and fair wood for these competitions. Other factors that play a role is if the wood is really dry or if it's very moist. And, you know, that will determine whether the wood is fast or whether the wood is a bit slower. The guys do their best also not to get wood with very many knots in it because knots are really difficult to get through, and we haven't seen any today, so I think they've done a really good job. And you can see here a little bit of a sharp angle there for Christoph Geisler on that one blow, and then gets it back a little bit too shallow on that one. But Pierre Puy-Barré on the other side here just below my position. Nice final blow right there. So an okay time for Pierre Puy-Barré, 29.56. Christoph Geisler in 6th place after the adjusted times and a 32.46. And that means that Ferry Swan will hold on to the top spot, but Christoph Geisler moves into 2nd place. Armin Kugler right behind him in 3rd, and in 4th place Puy-Barré as we head back down to the studio and to Marcus.
Well, thank you very much, Troy. That's round 1, done and dusted. And we definitely need to take another look at that Heat 5 between Kugler and Swan. And Troy, hopefully you're going to support us with that split screen, because that was a really, really tight race to the end.
Yeah, it was for sure. And Armin Kugler and Ferry Swan. And again, it's that situation of a guy surprising you with a fast axe, and that's Armin Kugler. He was really quick with the axe head. Ferry Swan, you could see every time he takes a swing, he's getting really deep on that back leg and then twisting those hips. But he got around to the other side a little bit after Armin Kugler had done. So had they been around about the same time, it might have been a different battle as far as the timing is concerned. But boy, it was really close. And here Armin Kugler drops it, and 1 hit later, it's Ferry Swan. So you could see how closely matched up these guys were.
Well, absolutely, and you could see like Armin using all his strength, all this power, and Ferry, he's kind of, you know, he's got that big swing on his axe, and he looks a bit like a tennis player at times, really getting that in.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Ferry Swan's details, I mean, he's not really that tall. He's 178 centimeters tall, 5'8". And I mean, in the world of timber sports, that's not really a big guy, but what you notice about him is he's all legs. His legs start at his elbows and go down to the ground. And I mean, he really uses those to advantage in all of the disciplines that he participates in. So it's a lot about how he trains. And, you know, you can thank his mom for that, because she's a champion skier, and she films a lot of the stuff and analyzes everything with him. So you know that there's a lot going on in the background with that family.
Oh, absolutely. And he's a true athlete. You can definitely see that. Which brings us to the next discipline in round number 2. Only 8 athletes left, and we're heading for the single buck. Take a look at this.
Single buck. The single buck is a one-man saw about 2 meters long. With this, the athletes have to cut off a complete disc of a 46-centimeter thick wooden block. The perfect interplay between rhythm and strength is the key to success. The 2-meter-long cross-cut saw used for the single buck discipline is made especially for competition. A series of consistently patterned 10-centimeter-long teeth are cut with a laser on one side of the saw and then hand-sharpened. Saw teeth are divided into 2 types: cutters and rakers, just like on the old-school saws. The saw weighs about 5 kilos, and its base price starts at around €1,500.
Well, now that you know all about the tool and, of course, the discipline, it's time to find out what the starting order looks like. We've got 4 heats, and the first heat will be Kalle Swadling taking on Guillaume Moret. In heat number 2, you'll see Cyril Pabst and Alexandre Meurice. Heat 3, Pierre Pubaret facing Armin Kugler. And in heat number 4, Christoph Geisler taking on Ferry Swan. Over to you, Troy.
Thanks, Marcus. So now we've reduced our field down to 8 athletes. Each of these heats will now have 2 athletes in them, and we are moving into the single buck. Now, as you saw, the single buck is that 2-meter-long saw, and our first athlete coming out is Kalle Swadling from Sweden. Now, the Swedes have been notoriously strong in this discipline, in particular Ferry Swan, and I'm sure that we'll see a very strong performance from Kalle Swadling. I have yet to see Guillaume Moret on the single buck, so I'll be surprised at every move he makes here, and I wish him the best of luck against a guy who we know is very strong in this discipline. Both of them same height, roughly about the same weight. Kalle Swadling a little bit more, but the weight really isn't the role player here. It's about the use of the legs and positioning and everything here. And we see both of these guys are actually wearing spiked shoes to give them that little added extra bit of grip on the floor. And if we get a camera shot of Kalle Swadling just before we get that saw set from Guillaume Moret, we'll see that he had, well, not anymore, but he had his saw upside down and has practiced a couple of his strokes. Now, the best athletes in the world in this event will use the entire saw. You'll see the tip of the saw disappear behind the block and then reappear with each stroke. Now, the different styles that we talk about from time to time are those frantic, short, but very fast-moving saw styles, and then the long, flowing strokes.
Ready?
Both are effective.
Stand to your timber.
It just depends who's best at what they're doing. Let's see.
Go!
All right, Kalle Svadling getting right into his rhythm and routine, and you can see that saw disappearing into the block, as I was mentioning. Moret on the other side having a very similar style too, but Kalle Svadling using every ounce of his body. Oh, he got a little bit hooked up, but he still manages to get the block down in 14.74. And Guillaume Moret is done it in 17.54. So a good start to the single buck, and you can see it was Kalle Svadling who started with a really, really nice style, long strokes, and it was a bit of a quicker start for Guillaume Moret, but then he got into the flow and the rhythm, and I only saw one little stick from Kalle Svadling near the middle lower half of his cut. Otherwise, it was more or less a perfect effort from him. All right, so our first heat in round 2, the single buck, where the points increase from 12 points now up to 16 points for the fastest time. In second place, 14 points, and so on and so forth. And it is in the overall standings, Moret moving into first place with Kalle Svadling in second, but Kalle Svadling had the faster time there. So he will bank those points as we head towards the 2 disciplines in the latter half of our competition. And coming out onto the stage now, Cyril Pabst from Switzerland for heat number 2. Things are going to go a little bit faster now as we're getting closer to these heats. And Cyril Pabst, the technician, makes a quick measurement of the diameter of the block. Interesting to see the markings that he's putting on the floor and everything. I guess he's maybe considering his foot positions. Not quite sure about that, but gets that saw up and ready to go. It's the first time I've actually ever seen anybody mark the floor underneath the block. So I'll be curious to know where Cyril Pabst places his feet. Meanwhile, Alexander Maurice, he's got himself a magnetic level on the side of his saw. Now, that's an interesting thing to look at, because if you get that saw in at a funky angle, then you might have trouble with the cut because you're cutting more wood if you're going at an angle. So that is a very, very smart decision on his part to set that saw in as straight as possible. Now measuring for placement of his foot. So many things that play a role here. Angle of the saw, body placement, foot placement, how you twist your hips and use the core muscles. Unbelievable the amount of things that go into the single buck.
1, go!
And a nice start by Cyril Pabst, who's got a long stroke there. Maurice also using a long stroke, but he's a little bit faster with that saw. Just got to make sure that you don't get that thing caught. Maurice looking very good here as he gets towards the bottom, and Pabst gets caught. Maurice is going to have a nice time of 18.17. Holy smokes, folks. Cyril Pabst right there behind him with an 18.37. 10 hundredths of a second behind. Wow. Excuse me, 20 hundredths of a second. Nevertheless, very, very close times from both of these guys. Alexander Maurice and Cyril Pabst, 17.87 and 18.17 respectively. Still not quite as fast as Kalle Svadling with a 14.51, which is the time to beat at the moment. And those guys are sitting in 3rd and 4th place in the single buck results. You can see there, nice style though. The wedger sprayer, it's allowed for these athletes to assist in making sure that that saw doesn't get blocked up. But right there, a little bit of an angle change. Those big, long 10-centimeter teeth get caught, and then your flow is basically destroyed. And you can see on this backswing here how the saw actually does bow, but it's about maintaining that flow and getting it back in line as you come forward. And you can see really deep knee bends and pushes in the midsection from Alexander Maurice and getting that last cut. Something else that's really important to note, and we may see this yet, is that you don't want to twist that saw towards the bottom of that cookie, because if it breaks off, then you have to replace the saw to cut off the last little bit of the cookie, because the cookie must be complete. Now, looking at the overall standings, Guillaume Moret, Alexander Maurice 1-2, and Kalle Swadling in third place in the overall. Kalle Swadling was the fastest so far in the single buck. And now we're going to go to heat number 3 with our first athlete coming out, Pierre Puy-Barret from France. And then following him out there is Armin Kugler. This is a battle we've seen many times in the past in various different disciplines. We've seen Puy-Barret and Kugler go head-to-head. Two very, very evenly matched gentlemen. Puy-Barret is a barrel-chested of a beast of a man. He is big up top. He's got a strong core, and he's tall. So is Armin Kugler, though. Both of these guys can use their long legs and their long arms to their advantage. Here, Kurzenberger setting up the saw for Armin Kugler. And meanwhile, Pierre Puy-Barret sets himself up for a couple of fake draws on his saw upside down as we get ready for heat number 3 in single buck between France and Austria. Stance for both of these gentlemen, very, very similar. Puy-Barret a little bit wider than Armin Kugler, but Armin Kugler's stance could change mid-stroke. Both of them using spiked shoes,
3, 2,
by the way.
1, go!
Pierre Puy-Barret right into the rhythm. He immediately getting fast, long strokes. This is something that he's so solid at. Armin Kugler not that far behind, but Armin Kugler's got a bit of a strange angle on his saw, and Puy-Barret gets it in 13:65, fastest time of the day. Armin Kugler in 16:74. That puts him in third in single buck. And you could see, if we get a picture of Armin Kugler's block, it's almost a wedge. He had a strange angle on that saw, and that probably caused him to cut a little bit more than he actually needed to. But it doesn't look like he cut over the line, so his cut should be good. But man, it looked like it came close down at the bottom. He needed to cut one cookie. It wasn't over the line. There is no line in single buck, I'm sorry, but he didn't break the disc off, but it was a really, really wide disc. And here we see Pierre Puy-Barret. That was just a really nice, solid run from Puy-Barret with a time of 13:45. Still trying to wrap my head around Jason Wynyard's time from 2007 of a 9.39. I mean, everything has to just fall into place perfectly to get a time like that in single buck. All right, final heat in single buck between Christoph Geisler and Ferry Swan. Ferry Swan's been working hard at this discipline. We saw him in previous events be very strong in this. Let's see how he does against Christoph Geisler here. We've seen these two guys battle it out already today. Christoph Geisler coming out onto the stage with his funky golf shoes. And he too measures floor position for his leading foot. Christoph Geisler ready to go now. Ferry Swan comes out 46-23. Double the age of Ferry Swan, and Christoph Geisler is still kicking butt and taking names. I'm interested to see how Ferry Swan will do as he sets his saw. Yeah, Ferry will put his saw in, a couple of ghost strokes to test it and to clear out anything that might be left over inside that groove that's been set by the set at check. And now position the saw. Christoph Geisler is ready to go. And you can see Christoph Geisler with a very, very wide stance. As I mentioned earlier when I was talking with Marcus, Ferry Swan's legs go all the way to his ears, or then I said elbows, but he can use that to his advantage, and he is incredibly fit.
3, 2, 1, go!
And here we see Ferry Swan. There's that frantic style that I was talking about, quick strokes. On the other side, it's an absolutely perfect comparison here. The difference, the long strokes of Christoph Geisler. Ferry Swan, 15:07. Third place in single buck. Christoph Geisler, 17:58. That puts him in 6th in single buck. And we'll see how that changes the overall standings. But there was a perfect example of two distinctly different sawing styles. Christoph Geisler going for the long strokes, and it looks like he actually hurt himself on that. Might have pulled a groin muscle or something. He had such a wide stance. And Ferry Swan, he was just going like a bat out of hell on that. You can see here, long strokes from Christoph Geisler, Ferry Swan in the background. Those quick, frantic strokes. Hey, whatever works for you, whatever floats your boat. At the end of the day, though, Ferry Swan got the faster time, and a little twist right there by Christoph Geisler, and might have hurt himself a little bit. He was hobbling as he left the stage, so hopefully he's okay for the remainder of the competition. And you can see there, those quick strokes. They started to get a little bit longer as we got down towards the bottom of that block. A great job by Ferry Swan. And Christoph Geisler, that never say die attitude. I mean, that's what makes him such a competitor. So, single buck standings, Pierre Pouy-Barret still with the fastest time. Ferry Swan, though, with a good time and a personal best of 14:85 in third place. Kalle Swadling, his countryman, just ahead of him with a 14:51 in second, which means in the overall standings, we're going with Ferry Swan on the top of the overall standings, Pierre Pouy-Barret in second, Armin Kugler in third, as we go back to the studio to Marcus.
Well, how good was that?
Fantastic.
I really enjoyed that. And of course, we're going to go for the split screen again and watch Pierre Pouy-Barret take on Kalle Swadling. That was a time of 13.45 and 14.51, so not a big difference, but still, today Pierre Pouy-Barret was just a class of his own.
Yeah, and you can see here Pouy-Barret just really using that entire saw. Kalle Swadling was doing also the same thing, getting that whole saw buried into the wood there, but Pierre Pouy-Barret, he just really had the solid flow going throughout that entire heat, and there was no catching up to him.
I feel this is like a perfect build-up to the World Championships, the individual World Championships at the end of November. Troy, are you looking forward to that?
Absolutely. I mean,
I thought you would.
I think, you know, the World Championships is when we get to see the epitome of the STIHL Timbersports world come together and really battle that out. And we've seen world records fall. We've seen some crazy moments at the World Championships. So I'm really looking forward to it. And, you know, it can't come soon enough for me.
Oh, absolutely, and I think it's always great if you get the chance to look back to the last World Championships. If you remember Prague, I mean that was a class of its own. And if you feel like me, maybe let's have a look at some of the pictures that we had at the last individual World Championships.
Oh my God, how close is this? It's one of the closest heats we've had all day long, and it's Australia.
When the crowd start, you know, erupting, screaming, and shouting, it just really does give you goosebumps.
It's pretty awesome to compete in front of a crowd like this.
I've been working my ass off the last 5 years to get to this point.
Is it going to be the checker ball? Yes, it is! And the crowd goes bananas! He moves, then goes down. He's looking good!
It might make some people nervous. It doesn't make me nervous. It makes me ready to go.
To come here to the World Championships is one of my dreams. It has been ever since as a kid.
Goosebumps.
Yeah, how cool was that? And Amazon Prime, you know, there's only 5 sports on Amazon Prime, and well, STIHL TIMBERSPORTS is one of them. So if you want to watch some of the old previous competitions, yeah, you can do that now. As we take a look at this first competition of round 2 and take a closer look at the overall standing for the moment. And there he is, Ferry Swan up on top with 46 points. Pierre Puberet in second position with 41. And then there's Armin Kugler with 36. As we all know, into the last competition, the hot saw will only have 6 athletes proceeding. So that's going to be very exciting to find out who's going to make it into this next round or not. Oh, wow.
Well, let's not forget, too, we have to get through the springboard, which is an incredibly interesting discipline, simply for the fact that it requires so much skill on so many levels.
And you've just mentioned it. It is so special that we are going to go into detail right now.
Springboard. Springboard simulates the traditional way of felling trees, climbing up over thick roots. First, notches known as pockets are chopped into the log. 2 springboards are then anchored into these pockets. The athlete then climbs up to chop through a 27-centimeter thick block of wood in the fastest time possible.
Round 2, discipline 2, the springboards. Let's find out all you need to know about the heats. In Heat 1, Kalle Swadling will be taking on Guillaume Moret. Heat number 2, Cyril Pabst against Alexandre Meurice. In Heat 3, you'll be able to watch Pierre Puberet take on Armin Kugler. And in Heat number 4, Christoph Geisler and Ferry Swan will battle it out. Troy, I'm taking a big breath. I'm going to really enjoy this one.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I got a message from one of the STIHL guys down in Australia. After the last event, Lee Gooch mentioned to me that the guys are usually going for 4 to 6 hit pockets. And the only reason why I was talking about a 3-hit pocket the last time is because of something that Sterling Hart said to me a while back. And one of the reasons why he is the current springboard world record holder with a time of 35.67. He managed to get 3 hit pockets. But Lee Gooch, he made me think that thing through a little bit. Even numbers are generally what these guys are going for in these pockets. We'll talk a little bit more about that as we get closer in there. But our first springboard head-to-head, we have Kalle Swadling and Guillaume Moret. Now the idea here, as you heard in the description earlier on, is to set the boards into the pockets that are cut and then move up to a level, set another pocket and a board, and move up to cut the top block down. So there's a lot going on here, and this is where you need to bring so many of your skills to play. You need to be accurate with that axe. You need to be agile to get up onto that board. You need to be strong on the board, and you need to be confident when you're up on that board to hold your position well, because if that board is not placed exactly right, it's going to start to sag, and you'll see how this all happens here in this first heat. Let's go.
3, 2, 1, go!
All right, Moret set his first board quickly, and now Kalle Swadling testing his and getting up onto that board. Now Kalle Swadling was about 8 hits in on his pocket. Moret, I'm going to say, I didn't count his, but I'm going to say he's around 6 because he was up a little bit sooner. And now it looks like Moret has got a 4-hit pocket on his top board, so it's about getting that board in place. It's got a nice steep angle on it, so that will definitely help him when he starts to hammer away at that top block, because he's got lots to work with on that back leg. Kalle Swadling, meanwhile, is struggling to get that second pocket set. Finally gets his axe put into the top block and sets his second board. Now, it's very important that this thing is very stable, because remember, you're on the top of that thing, on the top of that board with a razor sharp instrument. If you fall off, it could mean disaster. So Guillaume Moret looking good as he works that top block. He's got a distinct advantage over Kalle Swadling. And the time limit is 2 minutes 30. So if they haven't done this by the time 2 minutes 30 expires, then the time will automatically go out and there will be a DNF or DQ. Now, Guillaume Moret has moved to the backside of his, but so has Kalle Swadling, who has done a great job to catch up to Guillaume Moret, and he may well get there before Moret. Oh, wait a minute. No, I don't think so. No, Moret is going to do it in 1:36.20. Kalle Swadling still making the final hits on the backside of his block there as he gets his axe caught a couple of times. The power he's got just puts it a bit too deep into the axe there as he chips away and blocks out some of those pieces of wood and tries to get this block down before that time runs out on him. One more hit should do it. There we go. 1:57.34 for Kalle Swadling. So Guillaume Moret with a time of 1:35.81, and these guys, you know, the big thing is getting those boards in place, those springboards in place quick as a wink, and getting up top to try and work on that top block, because that's really where the majority of the effort is put out. If you spend too much time trying to get those blocks in place or those springboards in place, then you're going to be out of power and energy by the time you get up top. See? Very nice pocket right there, and Guillaume took a look at that and he's like, yeah, I like that one, I'm going to go with it. Sets his board in position, quick check, and gets up there quick as a wink. Meanwhile, Kalle Swadling and the tape markings that he put there, he actually ended up in the tape markings a couple of times. Nice pocket, but he just second-guessed himself and kept hammering away at it. And here we see Guillaume on the top of his block. He's got a good stable footing in his springboards, excuse me. He went nice and deep on the backside. Kalle Swadling's board started to sag a little bit, and that's when you start to lose the power, and then you have to use your arms more. You can't push off of that back foot and twist your hips, and then you run out of energy very, very quickly. And Kalle Swadling, you can see, he was starting to fade towards the three-quarter mark of that first pocket, and finally, the last couple of blows by Guillaume to drop that block in a time of 1:35.81. That's actually a personal best for Guillaume Moret. So our first heats in springboard is done. Guillaume Moret, Kalle Swadling 1 and 2. And that will obviously put them into the top spots, or at least Kalle Swadling in the top spot of the overall standings, and Guillaume Moret sits in third. And we are going to head down to Marcus in the studio briefly.
Indeed, Troy, just one question, those pockets, that's something we need to talk about, because sometimes I feel like, oh, that's a perfect pocket, I can hear you, oh, nice pocket, and the athletes still keep hammering away. Is that just not enough self-conscious? No, why do these things happen all the time?
Well, I think in the case of the second pocket by Kalle Swadling, he looked at it and didn't feel like it was good enough. From my vantage point up here, it looked fine to me. But then again, in that particular case, the athlete has to be comfortable with the situation. But there's been many times where somebody said to me, yeah, all he's got to do is use his fingers to sweep out that one area and then put his board in and he's good to go. So, you know, sometimes it's second-guessing yourself. Sometimes they have a better vantage point of it. You know, like Lee Gooch in Australia pointed out to me, the guys are aiming between 4 and 6 hits for a real fine pocket to get up there quickly. You know, we know that getting a world record requires you to get up fast, and we saw that with Sterling Hart, and he was saying, yeah, I had a perfect 3-hit pocket, which is where I was coming from the other day.
Well, thanks very much for the information. I want to do something good for you as well, because you asked me about my shirts and my cap and everything.
I did.
Yeah, well, if you want to know where to get it, here's the answer.
I'll take you away to where the sun shines so bright, you can stare at the stars at night, you can tell me anything you like. I'll take you away to where the
I don't know if you can see it, but I'm even wearing the socks, and I love them. They're awesome.
Nice. Representing.
Yeah, but back to the sports. I think the stage is ready, and we're very much looking forward to the next heat.
I think the kids nowadays would say you've got a cool drip on, boy. All right, our next heat coming up with Cyril Papst and Alexandre Maurice. Heat number 2 in the springboard. Remember, only 6 athletes are going to go from this second round, which included single buck and springboard. Those 6 athletes will battle it out in the hot saw afterwards, as there's some moving and switching and shucking and jiving going on out here on stage between Cyril Papst and Alexandre Maurice. You can see the guys from the stage crew securing these stumps with those big rods. They're also sitting on top of a specially designed frame that gets drilled into the floor and has a power chain lock on the top and the bottom of it to make sure that that main log doesn't go anywhere. These are all competition designed specifically for the competition to make sure that these tall, we'll call them trees, don't tip over and are as secure as possible for these athletes to give their best performance here in a competition setting. You can also see that the blocks on top have been secured with between 6 and 8 20-centimeter long screws that go at an angle into the top block, and they are the same size, the same diameter, the same length, specifically designed for this particular discipline by Bart Janssen and the wood team. And as you heard from the earlier story on the wood, it's either white pine or poplar.
Timber.
Here we go.
3, 2, 1, go!
Cyril Papst here right in front of me in red from Switzerland, and he's got himself a very quick 4-hit pocket. This is going to be a quick one, I think, guys, because now Alexandre Maurice is on top already in his second board and starting to work on that top block. Cyril Papst set his second one. He's got a nicer angle on it than Alexandre Maurice, so he could have the advantage of power coming into this one, but Maurice is well ahead of Papst here on that top block as he's working hard to get through it. Looks like he's got a good piece of wood there too, but Papst is slobbing out nicely right in front of me. Some big chunks flying away. Watch your heads on the sidelines there, crew, as a massive piece went flying away. Maurice has moved on to the backside of his already. Could be a good battle here. That's the difficult one, to get that backside going because it's an odd angle, but Maurice is going to get it off fast. There you go. Personal best for Alexandre Maurice with a 1:00.79. And now Cyril Papst switches to the other hand as he's going ambidextrous on the backside of his block. He's gone deep on the front side, and he drops his in 1:13.47. Also a personal best for him. Well done. And Cyril Papst just pumped his fist and a big grin on his face. You know, it may not be the fastest time of the day, but it's a personal best, and he'll take that to the bank anytime. So let's look at this again. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits, 4 hits. There it is, 4-hit pocket for Alexandre Maurice, and he gets his first board up there quickly. Deep cut on that first one by Cyril Papst. That's 3 hits right there, 4, and that actually looked pretty good. He's got a 4-hit pocket too, so no messing around with these guys with some quick pockets to start things off. And another perfect 4-hit pocket for the Frenchman as he gets his second board up. It took a little bit longer for Cyril Papst to get his second board set, and that was the advantage for Alexandre Maurice as he had a time of 1:00.59 after the adjusted time was taken care of, a personal best, and Cyril Papst 1:13.18 also a personal best, and puts him in second place in the springboard results. And here, the final blow from Alexandre Maurice. Alrighty then, so as the stage crew works hard, we take a look at the results. Maurice Papst, 1 and 2 now. Nice times. And the overall results, again, switching around. Ferry Swan, he stays on top, but Alexandre Maurice moves into second place. Christoph Papst has, or Cyril Papst, excuse me, sitting down in 6th place. And we're going to head over to Marcus in studio to take a look at this a little bit closer.
We have 4 competitors and we have 3 personal bests. Troy, can you believe this? We need to see it to believe it.
I'm actually not that surprised because we've seen so many personal bests fall this day so far. And I'm really happy to see that as well. And, you know, Cyril Papst had a time of 1:13.18. He wasn't the fastest guy out there, but he turned and looked at me, pumped his fist, and there was a big grin on his face. And you got to like it when a guy can be happy about a personal best like that. And he'll take that to the bank anytime, like I said.
Well, and I'll take to the bank a split screen, because I think it'd be really interesting to see how you could analyze it when they're next to each other, like we have now from that last heat.
So you could see Alexandre was just a little bit faster with his axe and got that 4-hit pocket. And it wasn't that far behind that Cyril Papst placed his board. Now, this is the crucial one here. You could see there's the 4-hit pocket there from Alexandre again, and he gets that board up, but he's got a bit of sag in his board. Not much, but, you know, it's enough to make you have to work a little bit more with your arms. And when Cyril gets his board in, he's definitely got a better angle on his board. So he had the advantage of the power, but he was a few seconds back as they got up onto that top block. So the advantage as far as time was concerned was definitely on Alexandre's side. Now, had Cyril Papst had a bit of a quicker second pocket, then it might have been a totally different game because his board placement was just a little bit better. And you can see Alexandre Maurice's board starts to sag with each hit that he gives it here. And luckily, he got that block off in the time that he did. Otherwise, it might have started to really come down more and more. But that's when it really starts to kill you as far as working with just your arms to get that block off. And here you see Cyril Papst switches to the other side and switches hands. So, yeah.
And I feel that Papst is not too close to the tree.
Well, I mean,
on his springboard.
He can be a little bit farther back because that gives him a little bit more power from the back foot because his board was at a better angle. But again, you know, you start to get a little nervous and then you step in towards the block. So, you know.
Yeah, and I'd be scared, you know. Yeah. The closer you to the tree, the safer you feel.
Well, let's not forget, these guys are over 2 meters off the ground with their feet. So they're swinging an axe at about 3.5, 4 meters in some cases. So it's really high.
Absolutely. And we're going to go back to the next heat with Pierre Puberet, by the way, who has a personal best of 55.07. So that might be interesting for getting a new best time.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Pierre Puberet is definitely, you know, he's a big guy. So we often say, do the big guys have the advantage with the springboard? Not really, no. A lighter guy who's got a fast axe will have the advantage with the springboard. But, you know, Pierre Puberet has shown in the past that he is not afraid of this discipline. Neither is Armin Kugler. Both of these guys, you know, once again out there battling head-to-head. So this should be interesting. Both of them big boys, 1.90 m, 1.96 m, you know, 105 kilograms, 115 kilograms. These springboards have to be in place, and they have to be in place properly to hold these two gentlemen. All right, once again, our stage crew just doing a fantastic job today. Always have to send props out to them for getting these blocks and all of these different elements onto the stage and set and ready in a matter of really no time flat compared to how long it could take, and it just keeps our flow and our show going. So that's definitely something that we have to say a big thank you to them for. All right, Pierre Puberet, Armin Kugler, France, Austria, springboard. The silence is deafening on stage just before the first swing of the axe.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Four hits for Pierre Puy-Barré and for Armin Kugler. Both of the guys up on their first board, basically tit for tat. Puy-Barré now setting his second pocket. Now both of them are well past the 5-hit mark here. Armin Kugler just a hair quicker as he gets up on that second board, but Puy-Barré is not that far behind, and both of these boards are sagging under the power that these guys are throwing at that top block. Armin Kugler, Pierre Puy-Barré. This is about the closest head-to-head heat we've had in springboard all day long. There's been 3 before, but this one is super solid. This is the third one, in fact, excuse me. And now both are moved over to the other side of their block in heat number 3 here. Armin Kugler gets it down first at a time of 53.86. And Pierre Puy-Barré not that far behind. Couple of more shots for him on the backside as his goes down finally in 103.48. Armin Kugler, another personal best, falls to the wind here, and he gets a 53.86. Great job for the Austrian. So look at this. 2 hits on each side, 3 hits on each side, 4 hits on each side. Up go the axes and up go the boards. That's about as good as it gets. There we see Armin Kugler. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 should do it here for Armin. No, he likes to have 1 or 2 more. 1 more, and he gets that axe up into the top here to set his second board. Maybe we can count those from Pierre Puy-Barré. No, he's already up on the top there in our pictures. You can see these two guys were really right there with each other. It was a neck-and-neck race right until the very end, but Armin Kugler was just a little bit faster on the backside with that really odd angle. But he seems to have this down pat and in control. And as I said, neither of these guys shy away from competition at the 2-meter plus mark, and they did a great job here, and they set the bar for everybody else with Armin Kugler having the fastest time, an adjusted time of 53.43, and that's a personal best. Puts him atop the springboard results. Pierre Puy-Barré with a 103.16 is in third place just behind Alexander Maurice with a 100.59. In our overall standings, Pierre Puy-Barré moves to the top of the leaderboard. And we're going back to Marcus in the studio while the crew changes the deck up here.
Well, we've got only 1 more heat coming up, and I think it's time for some really beautiful pictures. Take a look at this.
Ready for any challenge. Cordless power made by STIHL, only from approved STIHL dealers. Ready for any challenge. Cordless power made by STIHL, only from approved STIHL dealers.
So Troy, if there is something you want to get me for Christmas, that might be a tip.
Maybe a cordless lawnmower from STIHL, or a cordless stock saw. We could each get a cordless stock saw and do our own stock saw competition. That'd be fun.
That would be brilliant. If I take a look at the results from Springboard so far, Armin Kugler, personal best. Alexandre Maurice, personal best. Cyril Pabst, personal best. And Guillaume Moret, personal best. And we've been talking about this time in between when you know, COVID-19 break and everything. Oh my God, will the athletes be as good as they were before? They obviously are.
Yeah, it's clear that the guys have been using their backyards for more than just gardening and barbecuing. They've been practicing, and that's what we've seen. I mean, personal bests have been dropping like flies all day long, which is great to see. It just means that the level is ramping up, and as we head towards the World Championships at the end of November, I can only see good things on the horizon for all of these athletes that do make it into the World Championships, because we are going to see monumental action there as well. We've still got one more heat to go in springboard. We've seen some really incredible heats already in the springboard. I don't know. I mean, with Ferry Swan coming up next against Christoph Geisler, another two exceptional athletes, especially Ferry Swan in this particular discipline.
Yeah, and we're only going to have 6 athletes proceed to the hot saw. So could be anyone, more or less. So I'm really looking forward to this last heat, and then, you know, find out whoever's finished this round 2 in position 1 to 6, so we know, who's really in for the title today when we go into the hot saw.
Jumping into that hot saw with those beasts, I can't wait.
Well, athletes are ready for the last heat. Troy, let's get this one.
Let's get it on.
Yeah.
All right. So our first athlete coming out onto stage is Christoph Geisler. He'll have stand A right in front of my position here. He knows this discipline well. He's had his ups and downs for him. Now Ferry Swan, on the other hand, the young buck. He's a light guy, but he's also incredibly fit. So it'll be interesting to see if he can really lock down these positions quickly on those springboards and then get up to the top and start doing what he can do with that top block. Christoph Geisler, his experience is going to play an absolute critical role here, and he's going to need to depend on that. As we've seen all day long, he is absolutely fit and ready to go. He stays relevant from year to year, and it doesn't look like that injury that he suffered during the single buck is bothering him at all, as he chalks up the handle of his axe to make sure that he's ready to go. A couple of last-minute checks on the blocks here for both of these guys, and a little blade oil, and we are going to rock and roll for this final heat in springboard. And this will determine who of the top 6 athletes from the second round are going to go on to the hot saw.
Athletes, ready?
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
4-hit pocket for Ferry Swan. He's on there and up quickly. It was 1 extra, I think, for Christoph Geisler, and that board is sagging badly as he tries to set his second pocket. Ferry Swan already got a 4-hit pocket, beautifully placed, great angle for him as he gets up to that top and struggles to get that axe out that was a bit too deep in the excitement of setting it up, and now he starts working on that top block. Christoph Geisler now placing his second board, a quick sweep by his fingers. Better angle on that second board. Looks like he needed a little bit more action to get up there, though, but he is way up high, and that's a distinct advantage for him as far as the amount of power that he can apply to the block. But man, Ferry Swan has made light work of his block on the far side, and I think we may see a super fast time. Yes! 52.34, a personal best for Ferry Swan. Look how excited he is. That is fantastic. And what did I tell you? His fitness level and the fact that he's a light guy, quick on his feet, has made all the difference here. Christoph Geisler battling and turning around on the backside, gets that axe caught. Now fighting hard to get that backside cut away and get the block off the top. And this never say die attitude is playing in right here for Christoph Geisler. Gets a couple of stuck axes, and we should see that block go down on the next hit. There we go, 124.81. Yeah, and you can see he's favoring that that left hip a little bit, and I feel his pain having played hockey a little bit and hammering my hip a bunch of times. It's no fun to have pain in your hips. Let's look back here. So watch Ferry Swan here. First angle, then flat. And there's 3, and then number 4 to clear out the bottom. That is a beautiful pocket right there. Great angle as well on this side. can see Christoph Geisler. He had also a forward pocket there. There was a little bit of drama in the bottom of his pocket, and that's one of the reasons why he didn't really have a good angle. There's 1, 2, 3, and 4 for pocket number 2. Excuse me, 5 for Ferry Swan, 6 on pocket number 2. So I miscounted for him, but nevertheless, he got that board placed nicely and actually used the axe to get up because it was so hard, fixed in that top block. He had to fight to get it out. And meanwhile, Christoph Geisler setting his pocket here. This one took a little bit longer as he chips out a few pieces. What a great time by Ferry Swan with a 52-12 after adjustment. And we could see Ferry Swan had his second board placed and was starting to work on the top block. Now look at the difference in the angle. We don't get to see it, unfortunately, but the difference in the angle that Christoph Geisler had in his board, had he gotten up there a bit earlier, could have been the difference maker because he had so much more angle, was able to put more power into his hits. But Ferry Swan, man, what a performance there by the young man from Sweden. You can see how happy he is about that time. 52-12, a personal best, and he is atop the leaderboard in springboard. Now we'll take a look at the overall standings here, and that means Ferry Swan sits atop the leaderboard in the overall standings as well, just ahead of Pierre-Puy Barré. But look at the difference in points, 11 points difference, and then a 1 point difference between Pierre-Puy Barré and Armin Kugler. So the top three, there is a little bit of separation between 1 and 2, Marcus.
Well, absolutely, Ferry Swan on fire, and I think it's time to take a look at the split screen with Ferry Swan and Armin Kugler on the other side, just to find out where the small differences have been. And Troy, I mean, I'm very sure you can see a very different technique on these two athletes.
Well, you see that Ferry Swan choked up on his axe a lot more than Armin Kugler did. His hits were not powerful, but they were accurate. And Armin Kugler just a little bit farther down on the axe. Well, both of them were more or less even on the axe in the second one, but you can see here Ferry Swan, 6 hits for that pocket and just a little bit faster. Now, had that axe not been in quite as hard in the top block, it would have been maybe 3 or 4 hits in by now instead of just 2. Armin Kugler, meanwhile, he's a big man, and he uses that to his advantage when he's really hammering away. But you could see that the placement of the board and Ferry Swan, confidence on the board, leaning, pushing off of that back foot, really using those hips, and then they both switch to the other side at roughly the same time. But it's just the hits from Ferry Swan feeling all good on that board. No missteps at all, and look at the celebration from him. Both of these guys did a great job with respective times of 52-12 for Ferry Swan and 53-43 for Armin Kugler. Very nice.
Yeah, and Armin Kugler, I mean, he's been part of the STIHL Timbersports family for many, many years, and he's a very consistent athlete. And he's got a personal best as well in this competition.
He does. I mean, he's one of the most consistent guys.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So that's awesome. As we proceed to a final discipline, and we like to call it the Formula One of STIHL Timbersports. That's the hot saw.
That's about the most accurate description I've heard of the hot saw yet.
And you remember last week, Dick Brown was standing right next to me. Of course, he is the world record holder still. And I think it's a good moment to take a look at that world record, because that was pretty amazing.
Hands on the wood. Get set.
5:20 für Dirk Braun. Neue persönliche Bestzeit. Und wenn das freigegeben wird, dann ist es auch ein neuer Weltrekord. Ich flippe aus, aber wir warten erst mal ab.
Fantastic.
Awesome moments, and we were standing right next to me, and you could see Danny Marr, you know, congratulating him. That's the moment when he had been told that it's a world record. So he was just celebrating that he was fast and that he knew he got the points that he needed. And then it was just a world record. And what he was also talking about, now, Troy, I mean, you know it better than anyone else, the hot saw, it is a maker or a breaker, isn't it?
Absolutely. It can destroy your chances of winning an event, or it can, like what you saw with Dirk Brown, it can really make the event for you. And like you said, it is the maker or the breaker.
Yeah, and that's what the athletes say as well. Here they come.
This is the one.
Looking at the individual competition, most of the time it's the hot saw that makes the difference.
Yeah, probably the most important event, but yeah, also the most frustrating.
These saws are so incredibly powerful and dangerous.
Usually the hot saw is the slider.
Stand to your timber.
Hot saw. Hot saw. I can't describe to you when we're out there under pressure.
Saw starts well. First disc looks solid. The cut is good.
You know, you're always ending the competition on a hot saw, so you know where you're going to be at when you finish. So you're either at a real big high or just is what it is.
Nice clean cuts, easy and relaxed.
Der Hot Saw ist für mich die geilste Disziplin der Welt.
5, 6, 8, Robert Ebner, 3 on the deck.
Once the competition comes, anything can happen. Oh no, a false start by Sterling Hart. What a disaster.
Yeah, it was a disappointment for me. Happens though. It's part of competing.
I saw there's 3 good discs there, but then let that nose come right up underneath the crossover line.
Fortunately, a disqualification.
It all relies on the hot saw.
If you have bad luck or if you did wrong, it's sport. Just,
Oh my goodness. What an absolute disaster. The chain came off.
I was not disappointed because everybody see that I can be with the guys in front.
Yeah, it's the make or break event, you know.
I think you love and you hate it.
Try to make 3 good cuts and no disqualification.
The hot saw is where it's all one, so that's the best event.
I am not sure if you can hear it back home, but it's getting loud in Studio 6. It's getting really, really loud because the hot saws are warming up. So let's take a look at the discipline and, of course, the tool. Oh, and here we have the overall standings before we do so. Let's take a closer look at this. Ferry Swan still up front with 62 points. Puberet in second position with 51 and Armin Kugler with 50. That's the top 3 at the moment. Of course, Geisler with 39, Meurice with 38, and then Swadling with 34. The 6 athletes that are proceeding to hot saw. And as I've mentioned before, we need to take a closer look at the discipline and, of course, the tool. And that's coming up right now.
Hot saw. For the hot saw, power saws are called into action, and the athletes have a space of 15 centimeters to cut 3 complete discs off a 46 centimeter thick wooden block. Jumping the start or cutting over the line will result in a disqualification. These custom, handmade, race-tuned machines are built for maximum power and precision and to cut the wood as fast as possible in a competition. They are built with a 60 to 80 horsepower single-cylinder 2-stroke engine, often taken from a snowmobile or high-powered motorbike. The hot saw can weigh up to 30 kilograms and its chain rotates at over 250 kilometers an hour. The cost of a competition hot saw used in STIHL TIMBERSPORTS is upward of 6,000 euros.
Time to take a look at the starting order, and that is no big surprise. We're doing this in reverse order of the overall standing. So it will be Kalle Swadling coming out first, followed by Alexandre Meurice. Then we'll see Christoph Geisler, followed by Armin Kugler, Pierre Puberet, and the overall leader so far, Ferry Swan. Troy, I'm taking 1 or 2 big breaths. I'm getting ready for it, so it's like, woo!
Well, you're going to need to take a couple of deep breaths to keep the oxygen here, because it's going to be a gas-filled moment here shortly with these these incredibly powerful engines. I mean, we talk about it often, but this is probably the most dangerous discipline just simply because of the sheer and immense power that these machines have. I mean, 250 kilometers an hour chain speed. If that thing flies off and you're in its way, you're going to get damaged. And you don't want that to happen. We saw that happen in a couple of occasions in the past. Luckily, the chain didn't fly away. It just got trapped. But there are so many things that can happen. A false start, the chain comes off. Name it.
What about the engines, Troy? Is that really like a snowmobile engine?
Yeah, it's like
I still can't believe it.
It's like a snowmobile engine or a motorcycle engine. I mean, they're just incredibly powerful. They're tuned so that you just can't mess around with them. So one start, the thing is hot, and then you go. And you'll see and you'll hear the different engine styles once the guys are out here on the stage. That, you know, we've just, for any of you gas heads out there, this is your discipline, absolutely bar none. And we're going to see this interesting. And the thing that's also interesting is they've got 15 centimeters to cut 3 cookies. So you remember how difficult it was with the MS661 saw to cut just 2 cookies in 10 centimeters. Now you're dealing with a 30-kilogram heavy saw that's got centrifugal forces at play, and you've got to aim that thing downstroke, upstroke, downstroke to get 3 good cookies without cutting outside the cookie or breaking it or cutting past the line. I mean, it's a headache just thinking about it and not
also
doing it alone.
It's a very special philosophy because there's different motors used by different athletes, and of course you have like different styles, you know, with all the weights, more weights up front, more weights down at the back. So everybody has really their very own hot saw.
Absolutely, and you're going to see the different styles come on stage. Some of them have a long flat blade. Some of them have a blade that's a little bit more, you know, bulbous in the middle. You know, you're going to see the Rotax engines that are. You'll notice the difference in the sound to the Rotax engines. They sound like a Harley Davidson when they start them up, where the other ones.
I love the sound.
Oh,
really
me
nice,
too.
yeah.
I mean, the first saws that go, my hair stands on end, and
It's a shame that they don't have wheels. You know, you could ride one of those.
Well, put on a pair of inline skates and drag that that blade across the pavement, and you might have that same kind of fun.
I'm sure you would. I'm not sure about the safety precautions.
None whatsoever.
Yeah, so it really is the maker or the break, and of course we're going to give the athletes the amount of time needed to get ready for this final competition. Who's your favorite now? If we take a look at the standings, we have Ferry Swan with 11 points up front. So what would your tactic be, Troy, if you went into this last competition, especially being the last athlete?
I think my tactic would be to breathe and try and stay as calm as possible, because the minute you panic with a machine like that, you've lost it. There's no point. I think Christoph Geisler is going to have a very good time here today. He is one of those guys that is very, very adept in these competition situations. I've never seen him look flustered. He's always ready to go. The only thing is that might be something that is in the back of his mind is what's going on with his hip. So hopefully nothing. But we're going to bring out our first athlete now as we are getting ready for competition.
Well, let's get ready for competition, Troy. Take us there.
All right, Marcus. Our first guy out on stage will be Kalle Svadling. I mean, we can safely say that all of these guys have experience with the hot saw. It's about the saw itself, because this is a finicky, finicky, finicky machine for anybody who has ever been to or participated in a timber sports. You'll know this is not a machine to be trifled with. Now, if you're just seeing on the screen there the hashtag #KissMyAxe, if you guys want to get involved in the conversation or just post some photos or whatever, hashtag #KissMyAxe.
We love the #KissMyAxe photos, yes.
Absolutely. But I tell you, going back to the hot saw here.
Yeah, but let me just interrupt you for a second. If you go back to the German national competition with Danny Marr being maybe in a similar position as Ferry Swan will be today, and it's just, you know, keeping your calm, still going for a fast cut, but not too fast, trying not to make too many mistakes. I mean, with those few seconds and those big machines, anything can happen till the very end.
It's really true. And you know, like I was pointing out, the centrifugal forces that are at play there with that chain ripping around that blade at 250 kilometers an hour, controlling it and lifting it, moving over into place, and then guiding it through that log, because that's really all you have to do. You have to guide it through the log. It will eat the thing on its own because of the power it has. So, you know, you obviously have to give a little bit of pressure, but you're guiding it through the log. So you want to make sure that you don't overswing it when it comes out the bottom and you have to reposition it and find where you're going on your upswing, because you really have to pay attention inside those 15 centimeters to make sure that you have 3 complete cookies. And, you know, if you have a broken cookie, DQ. If you go outside the line, DQ. If you don't have 3 cookies, DQ. So there's so many things that can happen here that play a role in whether or not this is going to work out for you. And the most important thing, I think, as an athlete is just to stay calm, because if you panic and try and find those lines, then you're going to lose it.
Well, Troy, best of luck to Kalle Swadling in that case, because he's going to be our first athlete entering the arena. And from what I've been told, this is going to happen just now.
Yeah, he's the guy that's going to break the ice for us in the hot saw. That's a tough position to be in as the first athlete out. So here we go with Sweden's Kalle Swadling, our first athlete in hot saw. And you can see his personal best is 6.62 seconds. World record 5.20 seconds. So he's not that far off the mark. And like we saw earlier on 3 weeks ago, we do have a new world record in stock saw. Maybe, just maybe, we'll get one here today. Anything can happen. A lot of mental preparation with this particular discipline, especially seeing as once that saw starts up, it can only be warmed up for a little bit, a couple of seconds. If the saw overheats because it's too warm, it won't start properly. So it's really about trying to find a proper balance. Listen to that beast roar. That is a monster right there, and you can tell how loud it is. I could barely hear myself think, let alone speak, and that's what we're dealing with. So Kalle will put on the safety harness now on the pull start. He'll prepare himself with the positioning of everything, and now is what it comes down to. You can see those last bits of checking is so important, mentally speaking, to make sure that you've got everything ramrod straight in your head to what you want to do. All right, here we go.
Athlete, ready. Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, good time for Kalle Swadling, 6.72. You heard that saw bogging down a little bit mid-cut there. It was putting a little bit too much pressure on it. Could have probably pulled the trigger a little bit more to get that gas flowing through, but we've got the thumbs up from our judges and going to need to reset that block now. So our crew will come out, and you can see from the replay, nice thin block right there. Very, very close to breaking through, but he still managed to get 3 on the floor. So Kalle Swadling, he sets the bar with a 6.76, and that is pretty good time for the Swede. So the points for the overall standings there with 18 at the moment. Kalle Swadling moves into second place behind Ferry Swan. Wow. Ferry Swan is going to be hard to beat. I mean, if we look at Pierre Puy-Barré, if he gets a full 18 points, he'll be at 69 points just ahead. But that's still Ferry Swan doing, or as our last athlete. So it's really interesting how strong he is at the moment in the standings. Basically, it's going to come down to Pierre Puy-Barré having to have the fastest time and Ferry Swan getting a DQ. And we'll see. All right, our next athlete coming out on stage from France, Alexandre Maurice. So Alexandre setting his own guidelines in that 15-centimeter area. He's also set one very, very close to the judge's line. And the reason why he's done that is so that he knows that if he gets too close to that, he's got to reset over a little bit to make sure that he is not going to cut outside the line. Now, when he starts this saw up during the warm-up, pay attention to the way it sounds differently from the saw that we heard earlier on. All right, you'll notice that saw sounds a little more poppy, a little more tweedy compared to the growly, deep, throaty sound of the saw from Kalle Svadling. This is a different style of saw altogether, but equally as powerful. Again, the mental game, such an important aspect of this, making sure that you know each move that you want to take before you take it.
Athlete, ready. Stand to your timber.
Here we go.
3, 2, 1, go.
Oh, an unfortunate miss on the downstroke, but he did get 3 on the floor, but in a time of 8:11. In other words, he just a little too zealous on the downstroke. He skipped it, but it doesn't look like he cut across the line. We've got a thumbs up from Bart Janssen. So we are good for his cookies, but unfortunately, that little skip off the top, and we'll see that in the slow-mo, cost him time. Started well. His first cut was beautiful. This angle is a little bit better here, yeah. First cut's good. The upstroke cut is also very good, nice and thin. And right here, skips it, has to reset, and that cost him a good 2 seconds right there. Otherwise, he probably would have been around the 6-second mark. So Alexandre Maurice with an 8:04 corrected is 1.28 seconds off pace. But 3 good cookies, and that means that time will count. And that means he moves up into second place in the standings, moving Kalle Svadling into third. Now it's getting interesting. And once again, a big shout out to the stage crew coming out here and getting everything prepared quickly and efficiently between each of the heats. And there you see the backside of Bart Janssen as he sets the lines correctly with that meter that he has, so that he knows they've got a 15-centimeter set. All right, so our next athlete out will be Christoph Geisler. This is a man with plenty of experience here, and as I said, I've never seen him phased by competition. He does look like he is favoring that right hip or his left hip a little bit, and we'll see how that affects his performance here. His personal best is 6'10", the world record is 5'20", and even with pain, he's fighting through it to get the points. 10-time Swiss champion. I mean, that says everything you need to know about this 46-year-old man who's still competing and is still absolutely a valid competitor here against all of these young guys that are in the mix these days.
Warm up your song.
We're hearing the same sound from this saw as we did from the saw before. And you can see the sparks flying from that saw because that chain is tight. You want to make sure that thing is really, really tight on the blade of the saw so there's no risk of it flapping around and flying off like I talked about earlier. Last minute checks on everything, final positioning of the saw, and then it'll be hands on the wood for Christoph Geisler. And they're checking his hip really quickly. He's obviously pulled something back there during the single buck. It's been from that point on a bother to him. And I am in particular love with those golf shoes of his. Classic Caddyshack right there.
Ready? Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
Oh, that saw attacked it. Oh, no! We've got a bad cookie. He's going to get one more in there, and 7.94, unbelievable. He had to cut a fourth cookie because he had a half cut out cookie, and that means even with a fourth cookie, he's got a pretty good time of 7.94. That puts him in second place. Imagine if he hadn't done that. He's got a thumbs up. So that was quick thinking by Christoph Geisler, who saw that the saw had gone out the side of the cookie and had to reset and cut another one. An unfortunate situation for him as he went with a big angle right there, you could see, and that's the reason why he had to cut down a third time, after the cookie, and right there is where it cost him the time. Otherwise, I think we would have been really close to another personal best for him. One more time, you could see the angle. That's a wedged block right there, and that's why he had a half-cut cookie, and he knew it, and he had to reset right there and cut another one. But a good job for him to catch that in time, get back up, and still stay within the 15 centimeters. That's experience right there, folks, and look at that. The time is still the second fastest, even with that faux pas. So in the overall standings, Ferry Swan at the top, Christoph Geisler sitting right beside him, and we're going to go down to Marcus in the studio and hopefully get another side-by-side look at these guys here in the top two positions.
Well, Troy, we're going to do our best looking at Geisler's chain. I felt like it was glowing. Is that possible?
Absolutely.
It had this reddish glowing, and I believe I can even smell it here in the studio. That was crazy. So let's go into the split screen directly and see the differences. I think we need the slow-mo to get that done.
Yeah, absolutely. Kalle Svadling, Christoph Geisler. Christoph had a really good start. That saw just attacked the wood, but you could see how much faster Geisler was with that cutaway. And had he managed to get through that cleanly without the cutaway, I think we would have had a new personal best for him, if not really close to the world record. He was fast.
But that hot saw, it was almost carrying him.
It took itself into the wood, and I mean, that's how powerful those machines are.
Unreal, really unreal. The top three is still to come up. Armin Kugler, Pierre Puberet, and of course Ferry Swan. Ferry Swan is going to be hard to beat if you take a serious look at the times for the moment.
Yeah, I mean, he's got 62 points. The next closest guy is 54 points with Christoph Geisler having already run the hot sauce. So, yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. I mean, Ferry Swan's going to have to absolutely fall apart in his hot saw. And it's going to be up to Pierre Puberet to basically have the fastest time of the day if he wants to win it and take this thing away from Ferry Swan. But we'll see. Like I said, anything can happen.
And of course, Armin Kugler now wants to secure his bronze medal. So let's see what he's up to in heat number 3.
Yeah, let's see. Our next athlete coming up. So 3 down, 3 to go, and our bottom 3 in, or actually the top 3 in the overall standings are the last 3 to run, and Armin Kugler from Austria is next out. He too is also very familiar with this discipline. He's had his ups and downs with it. And a lot of the athletes will say they have a love-hate relationship with this discipline. They love it when they work, or when it works, but they hate it because of the drama that it causes. Now, Armin Kugler has the craziest blade wrap I've ever seen in my life. It looks like he's taken someone's Halloween costume and just wrapped it around that blade. All right. Quick look at his pull start there. So he'll set things up. So that pull start that he just set atop the block will be the one that he uses for competition. He'll use the other one to warm up the saw. The other one should be already locked into the saw's position. There we go. All right, that's all it needs. That chain looked like it was a little bit sloppy there, so I hope I'm wrong and that everything stays stable on that saw. He'll rewrap the pull start that's attached to the safety line. And the reason for that is because in the actual competition run, they will just pull and throw it away, and that safety line is on so that it doesn't end up normally within the audience or in somebody else's face, but also so that they don't lose it. All right, a little bit of a nervous breath from Armin Kugler. He needs to stay calm from this point on and get that saw started and get 3 good cuts on the floor.
Ending ready. Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go.
.720, good time for Armin Kugler. Not bad, not bad, not bad. That puts him in first place. No, excuse me, second place in the hot saw. And it looks like everything is good. No flag on the play. And so you could see here in the replay, he was a little bit slow on the start. The horn went, and then there was almost like a second delay before he got down to the saw and started making his cuts. But his cuts were very clean. Nice flow through all 3 cookies, not over the line. Solidly done by Armin Kugler with a 7:16 time. That puts him in second place at the moment in the hot saw results. So we'll take a look here. There you see Kalle Swadling still with the fastest time in hot saw. Armin Kugler with the second fastest time. And that means Armin Kugler will move up to the top spot for the moment in the overall standings, having 65 points. But that may well change unless everybody else, so just 2 more athletes, have major problems with their saws. Next up will be Pierre Puy-Barré, and then finally, our leading athlete so far in the competition, Ferry Swan, will be last. And there you see Armin Kugler. He is currently on that hot spot in the top of the rankings in the overall standings with 65 points. Coming up next, Pierre Puy-Barré. He is solid in this discipline with a personal best of 6.32, 5-time French champion 2020, and 5th place at the Individual World Championships in 2015, 6th at the Champions Trophy in 2016. And as I mentioned, Armin Kugler sitting over there on the hot seat. So he will stay there as long as his points are sufficient to stay in the top spot.
Warm up your song.
All right, just a quick hit on that saw to make sure everything is nice and warm. The gas is flowing. Pierre Puy-Barré will rewrap the same start cable that he used for the warm-up. A couple of quick tests to make sure his positioning is how he wants it. And then on goes that safety line. And you can see in the bottom right-hand side of your screen, wearing the mask now, Armin Kugler will be keeping a close eye on this run from Pierre Puy-Barré.
Athlete, ready?
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
787, hot saw third place, puts him in second place in the overall standing. So Armin Kugler will stay on the hot seat for the moment as the judges check the lines and check the cookies, and everything looks good. We have a thumbs up from Bart Janssen, and so that means that the cuts are good from Pierre Puy-Barré, and his time will be official. As we take a look back here, good start, throws away that starter cable. Thin is good for that first cut. A little bit of a bottom swing there as he gets a thicker middle, and then the last cut, very, very nice. And so a time of 7.79 after adjustment puts Pierre Puy-Barré third place in the hot saw. 12 points for him, so that means he's got 63 points. Armin Kugler has 65 with one athlete still to go. Now, Armin Kugler will win the Four Nations Cup 2020 if Ferry Swan cannot get a clean run here. The only thing that will prevent Ferry Swan from winning is if he DQs. So the pressure is now entirely on the shoulder of Ferry Swan to try and get 3 cookies on the floor. So, if Ferry Swan has a time slower than 8.04 seconds, he'll get 3 points. And that means he will be tied with Armin Kugler, which also means that Ferry Swan will win based on the speed or his time total for the day. So basically, this is Ferry Swan's thing right now, and he just needs to come out and have 3 good cuts. And here we go, coming out on the stage now, from Sweden, Ferry Swan. And somebody's got his glasses because he couldn't find them in the back. He's like, hey, where are my glasses? Where's my bag? Yeah, it's important. He has to have the glasses on. He needs to be wearing the safety glasses. If he doesn't have all of the required equipment on, he can get DQ'd. So this would be the only thing that could possibly give Armin Kugler a win here, and that is 0 points and a DQ for Ferry Swan. So he wants to make sure that he is absolutely in accordance with all of the rules. So he's got his ear protection, his leg protection on. Now he's got a pair of safety glasses. Now he's just got to get everything else to work properly. And this is where it becomes a pressure cooker. And these small little instances, hey, where are my glasses? Hey, where's my starter fluid? These are all things that play in your mind like crazy. And you're going to hear a different sound with this saw as well. This one's going to be one of those deep I was wrong. Different blade on that one. Quick check by Ferry of the tension of his blade. Seems satisfied with it. He'll rewrap and get things ready to go. And once again, Armin Kugler keeping a close eye on this run from Ferry Swan.
Stand to your timber. 3, 2, 1, go!
.781 personal best, first place for Ferry Swan, and that's all she wrote. Ferry Swan is your Four Nations Cup champion for 2020. And he's got the thumbs up, so it is official. And that is fantastic. He had the third fastest time in the hot saw with a 7.68. Still not as fast as Armin Kugler or Kalle Swadling, but he gets 12 points, and that means he has 74 points for the competition. As we look back in the slow-mo, he struggled with that first cut a little bit, but calmed down and had two smooth cuts on number 2 and 3, although that angle was very scary coming close to the line at the bottom on the super slow-mo here. Great start, gets that engine going, and then pops the trigger to get that chain rotating at 250 kilometers an hour. Nice, clean first cut. And that's where that power of that saw is really evident. It just wants to pull away from you. And then finally, it just sucks into the wood. So that's where you got to control it and get this final cut nice and clean. Ferry Swan, great job. 74 points on the day, and your new Four Nations Cup champion 2020. And he is down with Marcus Floth right now.
Well, Ferry, a personal best to finish it off. Can it be any better?
No, this is an amazing day, and I'm really happy.
I mean, you were on fire for the whole competition, but going into this last discipline, into the hot saw, knowing it's all down to you, how did that feel?
Well, I have trained a lot on the hot saw, and I was struggling a bit, but I have fixed it, so I was calm, just do my thing, and that's it.
What about the vibe here in Bavaria, in this Studio 6? Even though we do not have an audience, it felt pretty good, right?
Yeah, I thought that it should be strange to not have no audience. But I have been so focused, so I haven't heard anything. So.
Well, you're the Four Nations Cup winner. Congratulations.
Thank
Big
you.
shout out to you and all your fans.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, so Ferry Swan stoked to be the Four Nations Cup champion 2020. We'll also be seeing him at the World Championships. And I mean, you know, it was just basically all he had to do was get out there and have three good clean cuts. It could have been 10 minutes long to get those cuts, and he still would have won. He had so many points from the earlier rounds. As we take a side-by-side look at the two fastest men, or two of the better blades here, Armin Kugler and Ferry Swan. Armin Kugler was faster, as you see there. And it was just by virtue of not quite so much upswing on that final downstroke. And, you know, it was a good battle by all of these guys. They did a great job out there. But Ferry Swan ends up being the man on top of the podium. Marcus, what do you think about that last one?
Well, Ferry is so impressive. He's such a young guy, and he stays so calm and focused. Just like he said in the end, you know, he didn't have a problem with no crowd being here because he was so focused on the competition. And I think that's the quality of Ferry Swan. And this man can go all the way. You know, he's so focused. He keeps working on himself. A personal best at the end, you know, where you just have to, you know, get your 3 cuts done, and that was impressive. I mean, the whole competition, he's been on fire, and wow. I mean, he's a true champion and worthy of winning the Four Nations Cup 2020, no doubt about that.
Well, he's got 2 championships under his belt. He is the rookie world champion from 2017, and now the Four Nations Cup champion 2020. He's got a few other good results in between. Individual World Championship, he was 7th. At the Champions Trophy 2019, he was 6th. At the Champions Trophy 2018, 8th. So, you know, he's among the top 10, and we see him improving from year to year.
Yeah, and we see the slow-mos right now. So that's, yeah, that's the way to win a championship. Great job.
Absolutely.
I love that with you know, Ferry in the background, just calmly getting his thing done. We got some really nice pictures. Maybe we can go close to the best pictures of the winner of Ferry Swan, and maybe you can tell us something about it, Troy.
Yeah, well, here you see the standing block chop in the background there. I mean, he was just putting every ounce of his body into that, and he isn't a big boy, you know. He comes in at 5'8" or 178 kilometers, 80 centimeters, 86 kilograms, and you could see his stance is so incredibly wide. He pushes off of that back foot and then really drives through his hips to get as much power as he can into that axe in the standing block chop. And I mean, it really is all about his technique. And as I said earlier, he gets a lot of help and video analysis from his mom on that one.
Yeah, and I think a lot of young competitors really enjoy what he's doing. He's got that spirit and he's got that style, and yeah, just love watching him.
Awesome. Well, good run from Ferry Swan, no doubt about it.
So while Ferry Swan is working in the background, you can see we're ready for the winner's ceremony. Maybe let's get the positions 11 to 4 done. Josef Leier from Austria in 11. Pirmin Gnedinger reaching 10th position. Johannes Eriksson in 9. Guillaume Moret in 8. Cyril Pabst taking place number 7. Position number 6, Alexandre Meurice. He had a great competition. Christoph Geisler, you know, 5th position. Well, that's great stuff from this side. And Kalle Swadling just missing out on the podium with position number 4. So that brings us to the top 3 as we await the winner's ceremony. And of course, we want to be live when Pierre Puperet gets the bronze medal. Armin Kugler takes silver into his hands. And of course, Ferry Swan is awarded the gold medal here in Munich in the Bavaria studios. So we are ready. Oh, you can already hear the sound. And that means we await the bronze medalist. Ladies and gentlemen, here is Pierre Puperet, bronze medalist at the Four Nations Cup 2020 here in Munich, giving us a thumbs up. Well done, Pierre. 60 points in total and a time of 2 minutes 32.75. Here comes the bronze medal that he will take over himself due to COVID-19 regulations, giving us a big smile. Well done, Pierre Puperet. Can be proud of yourself. Great competition, keeping us in tension all the way till the end. So we move on to the silver medalists. Ladies and gentlemen, here comes the silver medalists of the Four Nations Cup 2020. Here is Austria's Armin Kugler. Impressive 65 points and a total time of 2 minutes 19.98. Mr. Consistency from Austria, Armin Kugler, receiving his prize, the silver medal, at this very moment, and hopefully giving us a big smile as he lifts up the silver medal. Well done, Armin. Great job, great competition. Now we await the man who was not to beat in 2020 at the Four Nations Cup. Here comes the gold medal winner. Here is Ferry Svan, ladies and gentlemen. 74 points and a total time of 2 minutes 16.16. Here is the champion, the winner of the Four Nations Cup 2020 here in Munich, and look at the smile on his face. Here comes the gold medal. And here is the celebration from Ferry Svan, the winner of the Four Nations Cup 2020, and of course the national anthem of Sweden. National anthem bringing tears to the eyes of the champion Ferry Svan as he reaches up to the sky, showing the crowd and everybody the gold medal. Pierre Pubaret, bronze. Armin Kugler, silver. And of course, Ferry Svan winning gold here at the Four Nations Cup 2020 in the Bavaria studios, in Studio 6 here in Munich. Oh wow. What a competition. It's been absolutely fantastic watching these athletes. Oh, look at those pictures. Awesome. Troy, are you happy with these pictures?
Yeah, of course. We got three really good and deserved winners on the podium. I mean, you can't complain about that. Ferry Svan with a fantastic day today. Armin Kugler and Pierre Pubaret. And we'll see more from these guys. You know we will.
Oh, of course. And it's going to be very interesting to see what Ferry Svan is capable of doing at individual World Championship.
Yeah, looking forward to that for sure.
How beautiful was that? Awesome competition. Now, I don't know if you can hear the clapping in the background, all the athletes gathering together. And of course, there's going to be more live timber sports action here with STIHL on the 3rd of October when STIHL Timbersports goes for the national Benelux competition. Hopefully you're going to join us again with that. And we've got some great pictures coming up from today's competition. Troy Mannering, it was a pleasure working with you again tonight. It's time to say goodbye from our side. You've got the competitions coming up on your screen right now. So a hot autumn is going to be guaranteed with STIHL Timbersports Competitions 2020. And of course, on the 29th of November, we're going to have the individual World Championship here in Munich. And no doubt about that, Ferry Svan is going to go for that as well as he can. We can promise you that. So thanks very much for joining us. Make sure to be here on the 3rd of October again, and we're going to have the beautiful pictures of today's competition coming up right now. From our side, it's bye-bye and hopefully see you soon.